Are you ready for a brand new season? Cycle 4 Season 10 will begin on January 17 at 2. The new season means there are new legendary items to collect, which includes the C4 S10 set, glasses, parachute, mask, cover, AUG, and more. In addition, players can use the new titles archive system to view the number of times a title has been acquired, highest completion progress, which seasons they were obtained in, and more. We've also added 4 new titles this season: Phenom, Almighty, Medic, and Summit. And we've added a star display for the Conqueror tier. Every 100 points bumps you up 1 mini-tier and adds a star. Also, season badge records for Season 1 through Season 19 have been updated. So, what's your tier goal this season? And will you make it? Let us know in the comments. Best wishes for ranking up in the new season.
Great news! Metro Royale has debuted a new map. It's called Misty Port. This map is not only full of resources, but is also home to exciting battles. Additionally, the map has added zip lines and stairs to make moving about easier than ever. Also, to improve the player experience, we've added new bosses to the map. Try it out now.
Heal Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan dirinya. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba, 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. My name is Contra. Here with me is Tash Bunny, your casters for the entirety of the day. And we hope that you guys who have tuned in yesterday had a whole lot of fun because we got so many things going on with all these amazing, talented names that have been performing and getting their own chicken dinners. And now, Tash, it's another exciting day. I wonder, will we be having a little bit of change of scene on who's going to be getting their hands on the chicken dinner this time around?
I definitely think so, because as we saw yesterday, it was such a dominant performance from teams who warm up first. But in this situation, as we move on into day 2, we've had the entirety of the day for the teams to re-strategize, relearn, do VOD reviews, and re-figure out what exactly that went wrong on day 1. So this is where things would get serious. Regardless, this is gonna see where the teams that are currently at the lower ranks, like say BGM, as well as Axis yesterday, who had honestly a very big, I would say, power spike toward the last match, start to see like, okay, how can we be in a situation where we're not just only power spiking? How can we maintain this consistency? Now for teams on top, this is where you need to not be comfortable, because as we know from the PUBG Mobile, I would say history is that, oh my god, I couldn't find the words. From a PUBG Mobile history, things change really fast in the game.
That's right. Speaking of a lot of changes, I do love some changes sometimes because in-game, there's a whole lot of new skins every single season, and that's where you get your hands on the Neon Assassin's Power set, where, of course, this is the new Power 4 series available currently in store, with everything very much cyberpunk-ish kind of team going on across the metaverse. You definitely want to be part of the gang if ever the case. So Tash, I'm pretty sure not only is there the Power 4 series available, there's also a whole lot more of other cool stuff available too.
Yeah, speaking of that, we have another ultimate set that's here currently, and this is where things get really cool. Because in PUBG Mobile, there is lore, or rather, you can make your own lore about these skins. Silver Guru set, Descendants of the Sun, Sun Wukong, all that kind of stuff. It always looks super cool, super detailed, and every time there's a new ultimate set, every run of the PMPL, I am tempted to buy. And the thing is, I'm like, I already have the ultimate set from last season. But the thing is, this is cooler than last season. What to do?
Just like how we change clothes, you gotta look being time with the trends, and not only that, with the seasons as well. So you definitely want to land your hands on this ultimate skin. And not only that, speaking of new season, we forgot to talk about the Royal Pass. Now we're on Royal Pass 19, and you can definitely get everything from helmets to parachute to your favorite weapon skins as well, where what's not to love? I always have my eyes on this when it comes down to brand new seasons, but you know,
I think
you gotta
it's the
grind
best value thing to get.
Exactly, and then like you just get to spend more time with your friends, and you have a better reason to just log into the game every single day. So why don't you get it right now?
Real, and I have to say that when you get this battle pass, you get so much value because you are playing. As you're playing, you're earning so many cool things. And speaking about cool things, you also have the latest collaboration here, and this time it's with Bruce Lee. We all love Bruce Lee, the GOAT, the man himself. And if you are big fans of Bruce Lee, and if you are in the younger set and you don't know who Bruce Lee is, what is wrong with you?
Well,
I'm just kidding. This is what you learn about Bruce Lee, honestly. By getting his skin, you do get some insights into what he is, who he is, and honestly, I think like now that the 2000s and 90s are back, right? This is where you gotta go back and watch those 90s movies and get reacquainted.
that's right, and you can definitely go search up on those movies. And while you're searching on those movies as well, go ahead and drop by on our social media platform. We're on Facebook, YouTube, as well as TikTok, and not forgetting Instagram as well. You can follow us on all these respective channels, whether you're from the Philippines, Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Singapore. You can just hop along, and this is where all the fun's gonna be at, and therefore you can also keep up to speed with everything to do with PUBG Mobile Esports.
PUBG Mobile Esports is just more than esports. It's a culture. I mean, I just went hashtag deep there, but anyways.
Wow, very deep.
It was deep. It is deep because yesterday we went deep. We think that these teams are returning teams. Some of them are new ones. And these teams exceeded our expectations. We saw, as I said, Mish, for some power spike situations for I would say, some of the players that we saw yesterday, such as Axis. But setting aside, this is the overview of the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring. But currently, we're on week 1, February 15th to 19th. We're going to be seeing 5 matches today from Wednesday all the way to Sunday. There's going to see 20 teams randomly put into groups of A, B, C, D, and E, where 4 groups per match will be fighting out to survive until maybe finals.
That's right, and the top 16 teams will have to duke it all out to ensure that they get their slot possible to compete with the rest of Southeast Asia. $40,000 is on the line, and of course, if you do notice, this point system has been updated as well. 10 points in for the chicken dinner, 6 points for second place, and third place walks away with 5 points, and the numbers will dwindle down by 1 point on each respective lower ranking itself.
That's
Meanwhile,
scary.
yeah, at 7 to 8, they share 1 point. As for teams from 9 to 16, they walk away with nothing. So elimination is a big part of how this is possible for them to gather points. And then we move on to the bonus points. So by the end of each week, teams who are placed on their standings will receive bonus points. And the bonus point on the top of the table will be 20 points being rewarded. And that number will just -1 all the way throughout to the bottom. So, meaning to say, there's only 2 weeks for them to compete for maximum points and then they will start on the grand finals with the said points.
Speaking of points, let's talk about the groupings. Group A, B, C, D, and E. Starting off with YG, KE, G-Lab, Axis for Group A. Group B, you have how do you say that?
SKR Esports, I believe.
SKR. Ah, SKR. Then you also have Osha, the Vipers, and Power. Group C with GE, APG, Enigma, H2O. And I think this is where things get super, super serious. Because now let's have a look at the H2H, or rather the head-to-head between MiGs and Martney for YG and WPM respectively. The average eliminations are higher for YG. At least on the side of Martney, we saw some really big plays for him, very aggressive, not afraid to take up space. But look at the average damage from MiGs is definitely higher.
That's right, and you can already see how well MiGs have played out, especially during those Myanmar runs where West Point Mamba have shown so much prowess on those long-range shots, and they took control of the game. We want to see more out of them, and we do expect Yangon Galacticos to continue on this streak of consistency, hopefully. And speaking of which, let's take a look at the weekly rankings for now. As we start our day to run, we definitely want to keep up to speed. We have very different chicken dinner winners yesterday, where there's no repeated winners, and West Point Mamba being absolutely consistent. They overtake Yangon Galacticos on the very final round, and Yangon Galacticos does have the highest elimination points, as it is also being matched by FOD.
Well, we look at the second page here, G-Lab, SKR, PBE, PWR. They're very, very close. FCON as well as all the way up to number 19, honestly. These are only a 5-point disparity between the teams. And we started to see them really warm up from round 2. Now, BG is the only team that is still struggling. And I think that today is very, very crucial for them to really figure out what exactly that went wrong on day 1 and how exactly they can come back into the game. If you look at these teams here, we saw every single team had a highlight reel moment. There wasn't really a situation where we saw a team just don't really appear on the, I would say, the highlight reel itself. Like GE are one of those teams that I think were consistently play aggressive, love to do those really long rotations, and are actively seeking out kills to fill up their pockets with those points.
Indeed, and I definitely do love seeing how they perform. And on top of that, I think like one of the best highlight rounds for a specific team from the Philippines was G-Lab, lasting over on the midsection of Pachinki as well as School, and
Yes.
they got themselves on the crossfire, but they did handle themselves just fine. And then down to the craziest final moments, we see FOD eventually faltering to the hands of both OJS as well as WPM, and it was down to the wire on how things go. And with WPM winning that chicken dinner, they remain on top of the table.
Yeah, speaking of on top of the table, these are our top performers for Sanhok. The first map of the day is Osha, FOD, FVE, and WPM. So I think that when you look at Osha, they are the team that likes to go aggressive. They are not afraid to take up space. They go for a lot of looting, especially on this map in particular that we've noticed. And they had such a big disparity from the number 1 spot and number 2 spot in terms of getting those points, to the point that it felt like every single other team were just so way behind them.
Yeah, indeed. And overall, I just love the playstyles that we're seeing from respective regions. It's very distinct, where Myanmar definitely has a flair for going for those frags. And speaking of which, of course, these are today's matches. As we start off in South Sanhok, only Group A, B, D, as well as E will be playing. Meanwhile, in Group C, the teams that will be sitting out for the time being will be the X, Burmese Goals, PBE, as well as Flash Vision Esports. Therefore, we'll see this time around, Yangon Galacticos gets their very first ever start in South Sanhok. I wonder how will they ever fare with the rest of the teams. And of course, later on, we're going to move into Erangel for 2 rounds back-to-back on Match 2 and as well as Match 3. In Match 4, we'll go over to Myanmar, and then we end things on Myanmar as well.
You know, when you talk about Sanhok, very fast-paced map, high kills, high pressure, as well as a very solid plan B if you want to play the healing game. Yesterday, we didn't really see the healing game actually come through at all. I think it's because the pacing of the game was just so fast from the beginning to end that a lot of teams barely had any time to look for supplies. And supplies, let's talk about predictions now. Contra, you go first.
Well, of course, when we see great performances coming from some respective teams, I believe that they will carry forward with their momentum, and KE have convinced me that they have that firepower to do so. Same goes to FOD. So mainly these are high-fragging teams alongside with Viper that have started to show a lot of strength. And of course, we have Vipers, OGS as well as WPM. Well, of course, you get to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, seeing how the Vipers played, we saw that potential come through yesterday. We saw those pop-off moments from them where I thought, okay, high potential is there, but where exactly is it gonna go? And it's plays that they so play high risk, but they didn't really have that reward coming through from them. So I'm kind of hoping that it's gonna be happening today. For Asia as well as WPM, we've seen the performance yesterday, very aggressive teams, and I think that this playstyle really suits Sanhok in particular.
That's right. And with that being said, we're about to hop right into action for our first match of day 2. Get excited, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving into our first game of PMPL Wildcards.
It's a beautiful day on the islands of Sanhok. Do you like my song? I spent all night thinking about it just so I could do it for this particular opening.
I love it. You should do it a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Contra. Nice gassing me up. I needed that. But let's talk a little bit about this flight path. From bottom to top, just like my feelings today, I think there's no problem for any teams going everywhere. And I think that the main, biggest problem for any team, regardless of flight path on this particular map, has always been figuring out whether you want to drop on the main islands or the 2 tiny ones. And when you drop on the 2 tiny ones, another thing that I'm scared of is like, okay, we are on the wrong island, let's try and swim our way to the other island. Oh no, we're sitting ducks in the water. Oh, let's try and cross the bridge. Oh no, we have bridge trolls waiting for us. A lot of difficult situations when you decide to go to smaller islands.
Yeah, there's a lot of conundrum going on for all these teams, but at least for certain other teams that have played out, they will respect each other's territory. Meanwhile, once again, back into boot camp where you know this place is designed for anybody who not only wants to get better, but to show dominance. And we're starting off with KE going up against Axis Violet, and they just love those hot drops. They've been doing that ever since yesterday.
I mean, I don't blame them. They've been coming up on top with all of these kills, and look at the amount of shots coming through. A player of a YG is already so low that Molly will clear up the top side of that building, but Sonic will be pushing through. I'm surprised they haven't seen WT yet. I don't think we saw WT play yesterday, but I think he's playing a very dangerous corner here.
Whoa.
1 versus 2, but oh man, it's gonna be WT coming on top, but there's gonna be a trade at least.
Yeah, and overall, TX, they're slowly being spotted out one after another. That leaves only Aaron behind. And I don't even see Aaron inside the boot camp. I guess he has a better idea not to stay put in such a dangerous territory. And they're challenging YG. This is YG's first ever game inside of Sanhok, and they're already starting off with such strength being displayed. And First Blood finally goes over to WT. And YG should be able to claim all 4 points if they continue on with this streak. But first, they will really have to hunt out for Aaron. And can he actually get away is the question. Because Marne, he's already going on for the chase. And there's really not much space to begin with.
You know, it looked like it started off so good for TX. But then it started to go sideways just by WT getting that first pick onto the player. A whole team decimated. Not even Aaron could get away with it. And the problem is, the area outside was just so open. It just makes it so easy to be chased, to be shot at from such a big distance. And this map is not very particularly big.
And then overall, like when you come down to a situation with hot drops and stuff, like you really have to quickly get those weapons online. And for most part, even when YG was doing exactly that, Yangon Galacticos also did consider their positioning as well. The moment that they drop into multiple territories, they actually take control of majority of the grounds inside that Camp Bravo. And I just like what I'm seeing on how they eventually pick up whatever first weapons and just went for it.
Now that this is already happening, personally, I am a bit surprised that this happened to TX, but at the same time, not really, because it's kind of like the high risk, high reward play when you talk about that hotspot dropping at hotspots, as you mentioned before. You want to play this high risk, high reward play. If you happen to get lucky with the weapons, great. You can weapon diff them. You can shoot out. You can get maybe if you don't have the weapon diff, maybe you can just get the isolation. You can go for 1v1s, catch them off guard. But for FCon, oh my God, Joseph was just chilling there. No one saw him.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they never spotted any members out of.
I was hoping for some roadkill.
Yeah,
for round one,
Perhaps he's just being a little bit too sneaky. After all, like, this is Sanhok where everybody's just about everywhere. And look at what we have. Axis Fighter having their clutch master, Amir, putting on a display. And they're the ones to go ahead to finally go in for the first blood against KE. And that's where it will be traded back with a grenade. And CT is already down.
Oh, man. I mean, yesterday, when we spotted out Axis, wasn't Chi-Chi that was the highlight. It was Amir who made the big plays. But now Baby again with those first picks. She does that all the time. The openings picks have been amazing for her. But at the same time, it's like deja vu again as both her and Chi-Chi gets picked off. And can we expect the same thing to happen again from Amir this time, as he can make those big plays happen?
It looks like he's really gunning for it. He got the S12K in hand. He wants to go up close and personal, but he couldn't really find that spacing of where exactly the member is hiding. Now he does have a clue. Nasty's going to lead the charge. He's moving right into the corners of the door, and he will eventually be met by bullets, and Amir getting attacked from another angle as well. The rest of KE swarms in just to try to counter fire, and that's where Nasty gets pinned out. 1 versus 3. Amir has done it before. Can Ahmed do it again? And eventually, he will falter. KE goes in with a big wraparound to turn the events to their hands.
Speaking of big events, FVE now in trouble as Sin just shotguns him straight to the face. It's a good round for Sin today. They've had some pop-off moments yesterday, and I think for their points 13, not necessarily where they want to be, but today's a new day, and I think they have a whole new mindset going on. Now, going back to that Axis game, it's just like a big unfortunate situation where we saw two players want to go aggressive and get those picks. It was so unfortunate that they weren't able to get isolation. I think that for Amir, he thought there was probably a way out of that little room so he can go for the wraparound. It just so happened that room was like a closet. There's no way out. And his teammate had to meet him in the room because they were getting pincered from both sides. Not a great situation to be in. I would call it just really, really unfortunate timing and luck at that point.
Yeah, and not only that, I think like the execution could also be slightly improved as well, because we first saw Amir off camera getting the first knock, and then they only had Chi-Chi to go in to find that execution. But you will also need to be very worried that members of the side of KE, they will retaliate, and they did, and they had ample time to reset. And therefore, maybe if they speed up a tiny notch in terms of execution, things would have looked perhaps a little bit better for the rest of Axis. That was in the past, of course.
I was about to say that, sorry, I'm so sorry to cut you, but I wanted to say that it was the same thing we saw yesterday, wasn't it? Just a little bit of a delayed execution there, where you saw the hesitation coming in from their teammates. And I think that for Axis, confidence is definitely key here. You need to be more confident in yourself and your plays, and just knowing that you have one knock means that you can already push out. And we see that happening from the PM, Osha, FOD, KE. They're not afraid to go for the aggression push as soon as one person gets knocked.
Exactly so, and we would expect other teams to also play on a pretty high tempo at the very same time, so you got to match up to speed. Meanwhile, we keep up the speed of the updated circle, which will be moving into the quarter region. Now, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for the teams who are currently outside. I'm not staring at those who are still in the blue zone, such as PBE, and Vipers are also playing by the outskirts. They will not have much of that vantage point to be able to secure, and the lack of information when they get into the map is going to be a little bit more concerning, because that spacing across that quarter region should be very much occupied, as we last saw from that minimap.
I like where FOD is. It's a very high advantage or high terrain to play on. They probably have already seen a game lab down there, just waiting for time, because it's a little bit too early to really go for those picks. Number one, number two, they're a little bit open despite the high, I would say, high ground advantage. So people could just kind of like hit them, go aggressive, get them in the picks. But if you look at their points, 38, it's not a small feat, because they started off the day yesterday kind of slow, in my opinion. The first 3 matches for them weren't necessarily big impact games until the last three. This is what I talked about in terms of like engines running or warming up very fast. I think FOD definitely has that map advantages, not advantages rather, but like map reaction adaptability down pat, which shows that they are a little bit faster when it comes to understanding how each team plays and goes.
Yeah, and to add on top of what you just mentioned as well, they have great sense of map awareness. They're taking control of that spine on the hill in order to see whether if there's going to be certain teams that they do expect to be playing a little bit more on that slower tempo of pace, and then that's where they come and catch them off guard. Same could be said about West Point Mamba, right? Like, holding the entirety of the south side of this cave is going to give them advantages whenever other teams opt to come in from that bridge, and therefore it will be very difficult for KE, who was already there. They couldn't really exit out of this territory because there's going to be all these weapons pointed at the side of KE.
For AKE here, I'm really liking how they're holding this area. I don't think they're going to move just yet. The area they have is just not, I don't think it's necessarily the worst area in the world as we come into stage 3, starting out soon. But Osha, with this rotation, they're going in hot, really fast. I think they probably have spotted members of YG, and that's why the center stopped. Because this is where, as the circle sort of shrinks, right? You want to be careful as you pass through these towns, these villages. You don't want to be in a vehicle that's going to explode on you as bullets hail all over you.
Exactly so. And for now, of course, early game in South Sanok tends to be a little bit of standstill after those early commotions on hot drop areas and like teams contesting for spot. Now they're just trying to really wrap around the map, whether if you're playing by the edges or you're playing through the central zone of the current phase 2. It will definitely take some time before we get ourselves into the action, but I do like what we saw from yesterday's run, where we have Flash Vision Esports that consists of, majority Singaporean members. They've been able to also have a really good mix of players coming in from Malaysia as well, and I'm keeping my eyes on Ranger, whether or not if he's playing in this round. Currently, we do see them cutting across into the Painan territory, which will eventually see them getting into the circle as PBE finally have made their way from the northwestern point of boot camp to try to squeeze in. But keep in mind, though, we last saw one of the teams over on the spine of the hill, and I believe that to be Falcon that was holding into that territory. So we might actually see those battles coming in pretty early. Meanwhile, Asha, they're about to sprint up the hill against West Point Mamba.
Oh man, I have high hopes for this fight. It's two teams that I love seeing battles for. Shots are sent out here. None tagged yet, just a little bit of damage. Zoning out with that molly, gonna provide them so much space and so much time, as it does take some damage from the grenade. Not enough to really alert anyone just yet. It's gonna be Astro in the front line. Amas, I'm not really liking where he is, but it's gonna be Ranzer that will be knocked down first. And it's actually all the way from the other side. Those are very long-range fights coming through here. And the resets will be coming through, no problem. But suddenly, cut the noise. You have no clue what's happening, and the noise is happening at another spot.
And PBB, the moment that they entered the corners of the hill, this is where FOD came in to immediately punish them all throughout. He's going to be the one to push forward all alone, though. But they do have every other member watching his 6, and that's where Mamba is the only one left and will eventually be shorted out. PBE, unfortunately, will be the next team to go out at 14.
Oh, man. The Mexican standoff continues between Osha and WPM. Look at where Skynin is. He's been making some really big flanks, some really big plays yesterday. Camper as well. Really great trigger discipline. Doesn't spray when he doesn't have to. Trying to get more information before he executes. And this is a great, I would say, example of think before you act. Now for Skynin, he's just trying to make sure that no one is playing at the bottom side here. But for WPM, they're not coming in close. They are playing a little bit close together. But look at where Federalis is, all the way on the other side.
Yeah.
And Mix as well, actually.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit risky, especially when I spotted out Skynin. He doesn't really have any resources to even heal up at the time being, and he's carrying level 1 gear. It is going to be very difficult for the team of Asha to contest. Meanwhile, we have another one going on. We see a couple of snakes in the grass. Marne being spotted out by SKR with an off-angle shot. And Yahiko, he's going to be able to find some picks going on for him. I believe that's going to be 2 members being knocked down. and Barney eventually falters. All thanks to that flank that SKR is covering right now.
Ooh, the damage coming in for SKR. The sprays come through. YG in trouble. Not the best situation to be in, but no problem for those resets as we see a jump shot forward. This aggression comes through. But SKR, they fear nothing as they sit. They're just going to skedaddle inside and take this fight further.
My goodness, they actually go in for some really swift moves, and I believe they have managed to also eliminate the entirety of Yango Galacticos as they go skr. Yeah. Well, I just have to do it.
I see what you said there. I'm awake there, but skr coming through here. SKE looks to find another team to demolish. 5 eliminations already, but they are in trouble. They're eating a little bit of damage there from that blue zone. Only Puff is inside. Keyboy does get that loot, gives him a little bit more resources to prolong himself in this fight. But his other teammate, though, kind of zoned out right now. The Vipers, they need to go away in their mind so that they're able to get inside.
And as much as they really want to fight back, you can see that they're in a very defensive position on the lower side of the hill. Meanwhile, another fight breaks loose. Asya infiltrates, and the rest of Falcon will not get to fly in this match. And just look how fast things change in our face for the fights just kept happening. And Matt, just like his name itself, he's all alone, a madman encountering the wrath of Skynet. And oh yes, Asya Esports, they didn't really have much like items to begin with, and I'm surprised at the firepower that they are working on.
I think it's more speed, it's confidence, it's just turning off your brain and just saying, you know what, I don't care, I'ma just go for it. But speaking of going for it, oh man, probably not the best situation for Deja for doing that. He was hidden behind the rock safely, and I think he was trying to catch them off guard, so he jumped out. But without any teams to trade him out, he wasn't able to get the knock and the kill at the same time. Now we're dwindling down to the final few teams here, as we see 3 teams at the blue zone, and some of them are getting completely demolished by the zone. But Asha not done yet, because they are still looking for the final member of BG around.
That's right, and let's just look at West Point Mamba. They get to control the outcome of any form of battles, especially against SKR, where Federales has managed to also pick them right back. It's only going to be down to Mewtwo right now that's going to be surviving for the rest of SKR, despite them having that successful hit over on the Yangon Galacticos. This is where things start to become a concern. They are in the circle, however, not so much for Asya. They got to make a move, and if they do cut towards their right-hand side, that's where they will meet against the rest of West Point Mamba.
Circle is unrelentless, but it's gonna be Rain that finds K in the end of the day. We've seen this team kind of like go back and forth for a while now. It's really hard to rotate inside, especially against this terrain. Now, as more and more players go down, you have to understand why this is happening. It's a high ground terrain where you have to go upwards, and there's so many teams waiting inside. With FOD holding that really nice area, that the compound and everything else in between, for WPM, they're just holding the southern side here, stopping anyone from going inside. But because they have such a big area and a cross to cover together, it's really hard to get past them.
Exactly so, but while the rest of the teams that are on the outskirts, they do have a small window to work with. And when I say small window, I'm talking about 10 seconds for them to cut right into the circle. And therefore, they got to finish up all these fights really quickly. Round their spots out. They say call Q, and those taps will be returned in exchange. And Falcon gets that knock. It will hold Asya back. And Skynet now thinks, should he go in for the save? Does he have enough time? He will eventually go in for the healing game instead and leave his members be.
Man, healing game. Love to see it. Love to see how many bandages he has actually. But look at that, it's just trades on trades here to look from so many different areas. Because there's so many different teams in this area here, you're seeing 3-4 teams just duke it out, and it's a small map as well. The long-range fights are coming through. It's going to be Michi picked off here, but SKR are on fire. WPM is in trouble. We're just talking about WPM actually holding on to that area, but it looks like WPM becomes sandwiched instead.
And just look at every other team. Everyone's involved in one form of altercation. The fights are taking place all across the map, and gunshots everywhere. Now, Marcos, he doesn't really have much left in the tank. It's really down to Mewtwo. How further forward can he basically pull himself in? And now, being met against FOD, it's a 4-stack against 2. The only thing that they can work around is the small window of field of view that their opponents have, where John can only look at this certain angle. So long as Marcos gets a few more steps forward, he should be at least rather safe.
So circle
Oh,
pulls
boy.
toward the middle. The only 2 buildings is there's and KE and FOD. Now this is where things get sketchy. It's a very big area. And there's only 2, I would say, villages or compounds. Now, FOD has full control of this smaller compound, which is a lot more easier to manage. For KE, I know that he is in like this high pressure cooker moment where he wants to have full control of the area. But if he plays this right, he can get a few more picks, get some extra points by getting those kills in the pocket. Maybe before going out, he can last a little bit longer and get those placement points. Regardless, you can see this cut of noise coming through. No one's moving just yet.
Indeed, as the dust settles for the time being, the majority of all these players are just vying for position, whereas it's going to be pretty hard to beat FOD on their line of defense because that circle did include the compounds as well. Falcon, they still have all 4 members strong on the spine of the hill. That's where they can easily look down upon those other teams as well. But I'm really impressed by how Game Labs have been performing. They spot one down the outskirts, and that will be the deterrence of SKR moving forward. 6th place finish for the squad, while FOD just turtles in. As much as they're surviving, they couldn't really farm the numbers versus Game Labs, but now they're sending John to do all the duty.
Oh man, Joseph pushing up forward through the smoke. G-Lab wants to be really sneaky. Dragon's so very low, but it's gonna be him going down instead. FOD is just absolutely wrecking Game Lab right now, going down, only losing Nung, and I don't think it's going to be a problem to get that revive as well. But the problem now is as the circle pulls, look at who's all the way up at the top side of the terrain. It's going to be FCon this time, who had taken away that area from WPM earlier. Circle pushing forward here. It's so hard to push up because they don't have the numbers. They have the numbers advantage, but they don't have the information.
And they don't really have covers. They really have to run blindly up the hills where St. Cloud Q is already holding out alongside with Chanlone. So this is going to be really, really difficult for the entirety of FOD. So I really wonder, can they actually survive while Boxy all alone pulling themselves forward into the top 4 as a Singaporean team, hope to turn things around, and they could basically play Kingmakers here to spoil the parade of Falcon.
That's number 1. Number 2, the best idea of play here is let the big teams themselves up. The aggression comes through from FCon and FOD at the same time.
They did.
But look at that. FOD is just winning, demolishing FCon. Because see how in trouble they are right now. FOD only losing 1. Wow, beautiful grenade. Gets 2. And this is the best scenario for FOD.
And now it's down to this very moment where even FCon, they're slowly getting deterred with some strikes landed upon Chanlone. So this is a perfect opportunity for FOD to strike, but they are going for the reset. Zhang still crawling on the ground, and he will definitely need a little bit more of assistance, while Andrew slowly sneaking upon it. They do find the angle. It's only down to easy for FOD, and with 2 members left, they will try to draw blood, and that shots being fired out to D to Y. But for the time being, they will have to go in for a quick reset. KE as well as FV, sole member surviving, and now it could be down to 1v1v1, but Falcon comes in with an advantage and still keeps 2 members surviving.
It's actually crazy how the team start off with 3 and 4 players, find themselves on a leveled playing field with the rest. 2v1v1, and the shots come through. KE, we know that he's been surviving for a long time. Same goes for FVE. But Davan is moving up toward Moxie. Moxie just holding on for time. Not sure if they actually notice each other.
Wait.
For FCon, they have the cross come through, but it's only Moxie that comes up on top. They know exactly where he is. And you're going to see the push coming out from FCon. Proning down, playing the smoke game. And because it's a numbers advantage, if Moxie isn't able to reposition, that's beautiful. How he just dodged that. Great anticipation of that grenade, and he needs to play the isolation game, but it doesn't really matter because FCon knows exactly where he is. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Falcon Esports have tried by just having the high heels advantage, and then they just make it rain, make it happen, and they will be the first one to win this for Myanmar. what a beautiful finish as well. You saw that push coming in from FOD that could prove to be very lethal, and how they handle the situation with the flank to cover grounds to deter FOD's hot pursuit have kept them surviving, because we see them slowly losing members, but with only 2 more left, they finally go in for the final reset, and all they have to do is to seek out all these stragglers, and it could have actually been Flash Vision Esports that could basically come in with the biggest comeback of playing it solo alone. But look at these numbers. Andrew was impeccable.
1,092 damage. I don't blame Andrew. He was always in the front line and very, very okay with taking up that space. Now, what's really important to talk about is the fact that FOD nearly demolishes them. They were 3 players down, but the fact that they were able to come back, the last remaining member was able to come back on top, kill the final member of FOD, and then pick them up one by one, get that reset, makes it so valuable. And the numbers advantage they had, just because it's just 2 versus 1, and the other solo players met each other first, it could have been anyone's game, honestly.
Definitely, and when we take a look at all these teams that have been able to perform inside of Sanhok, it wasn't really the same type of trend that we saw back in day 1, where the initial match was a little bit more slow tempo. This fight involved everybody committing into full-on 4 versus 4 team fights, whether it's from a distance or from a short range. Of course, starting things off, Yango and the Galacticos had a great run, and then KE did manage to wipe out the entirety of Axis Fighter inside bootcamp. And then everywhere else is just helter-skelter, right? Like, fights happening left, right, center. I believe this to be the round where majority of the teams who have participated have walked away with at least 2 points or 1, except for those who did not actually win the trades very early in those hot drops.
Honestly, FOD had a really good run today. It was, honestly, this is one of their best performing maps. It's just so unlucky that they got caught off guard by AFCONs. Look at how they played that. Andrew from the other side, his teammates were definitely, I would say, the bait, giving him so much space, distracting them away from him, and all he had to do was just make sure that he landed those shots. Now with 22 points, the magic number from yesterday seems to be rolling over till today. We're gonna be see AFCON get their first chicken dinner of the day. Okay, E comes out second place alongside FOD, 13 points each. Our G-Lab as well as SKR as well, 9 points each. And honestly, today looks more consistent across all the teams compared to yesterday.
I absolutely agree, and that also shows how hungry he is in terms of what they're looking for. Every single team are just stepping up to the plate. As for those teams who receive 0 points in return, like I said early on, like they got hot dropped, or whether if they came into this altercation of a 4-way street battle and they just got hot in the crossfire, unable to do much. But majority of the case, everybody was just on their toes, and that's what I absolutely love about this round instead of teams playing extremely passively.
I think what's also really cool is the fact that even though these teams like WTM, YG, or even Sin and Asha, we saw them have a lot of highlight moments, regardless of whether or not they came out on top or whether or not they got those points, because they had these really long and prolonged fights coming through. Regardless, let's have a look at the week 1 rankings from yesterday all the way to today, as FOD jumping up to the top rank here with 51 points, not far ahead of WPM, who drops to second place. Now, FOD is a very interesting situation. It's one of those teams that are like, no chicken dinner, no problem. We still got our number 1.
Yeah, and they have just been so proactive throughout the course of day 1, and it has led into day 2 as well. Like, just look at the elimination points. It's just staggering in numbers that it feels like they've already secured 3 chicken dinners in this type of performance, while 51 points will eventually be chased by West Point Mamba as well as YG, and they still had a decent run. YG fell very early on, did not get as much ranking points, but with the start of them getting 4 points and then eventually ending up with 5, that's still a very healthy number, whereas we're looking at some certain improvements all across the board where, sure, in terms of, you know, the pointers, or whether it's down or bottom for certain teams, it's really just teams catching up to speed, and therefore not much placements have been moved, except for the fact that, of course, TX didn't manage to even play the game from the get-go, facing off against
that was
members of YG.
Yeah, despite the fact that they didn't get to play against YG so early, they still maintained. They dropped down, but like it's not like the worst situation where they are so diff in terms of points. Now, for teams like BG here, I think like one of their biggest problems has always been trying to figure out how exactly they want to play it. Some teams are still a little bit more passive, I feel. And we talked about confidence coming through, and we would love to see that from teams like Axis and BG. Regardless, it's only day number 2 and match number 1. Sanhok has always been, I would say, a little bit more high pressure cooker moment. The idea that the tempo is a little bit more faster than the other maps, and some teams actually prioritize the bigger maps. I would say momentum and gameplay because it's more in style with the core gameplay that I've played for many years.
Exactly, and then of course, that being said as well, so some of all these teams who did not catch up to speed in terms of rotation, just like what we set up early on, like you really gotta take center stage around that corner because that is a very dangerous place to play. And we're looking at teams like PBE, they take their sweet time to cut in. They didn't get a chance to even get into action because of all the setups that came prior from all the other teams. So of course, let's go into what we do look forward for in terms of what's to come in our upcoming map inside of Erangel. We did see YG coming out strong on their first particular game of play yesterday, and we expect them to have another high performance average when they have consistently hit a top 4 ratio.
I think when you look at Erangel performance, I think personally, YG, KE, and GE has really shown up. APG, while they do have the higher points, they're kind of like a hit or miss. They need to have that momentum come through in the early game. They need to be able to win those early fights, and then you start seeing them steamroll. Regardless, as we go into match number 2, A, B, C, and D, no Group E coming in next, which means no Sin, WPM, FCON, and FOD. Regardless, this for the most of Group E, WPM, Falcon, and FOD, they had a really good match number 1, and I think that it's kind of like okay to say if I were to take match number 2 off as they kind of like calm down from the, I would say, the adrenaline that they had from that particular match.
Yeah, and I absolutely love what we also saw back in Sanhok to kick things off for today, is that we're seeing changes of scenery of who's actually securing a little bit more of that power level up within a night span of time, right? Like Falcon, we didn't get to see much of them, and today they did thrive, so Erangel might actually be a different story. So if you want to follow us more for lots of stories, you can go ahead and drop by our social media platform. We're on YouTube, Facebook, as well as, of course, not forgetting TikTok. You could just go ahead, whatever you see on the screen, if you're from the Philippines, if you're from Myanmar, Cambodia, Singapore, Malaysia, and beyond, go ahead, select one of your favorite social media platform and hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and just keep up to speed, just like how all these teams are currently doing.
Speaking of that, currently doing, if anyone is watching here, hanging out, and is a big fan of Contra, I would love to see anyone tag him in the comments and challenge him to a TikTok PUBG mobile emote challenge.
PUBG mobile
emote?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that would be really cool to see him. Just a guy who's not really on TikTok really learn to navigate his way and join the world of the emotes and the dances.
Well, speaking of somebody here who's actually active on TikTok and everywhere else on social media, why don't you go ahead, since you have been making so many content of it, so you can basically show me the way. Well,
dang it.
Let us know if you guys want to see that coming. So, Tash Bunny's probably everywhere online. You can search her up and follow her as well. But, you could also follow all the teams that are on board. They do have their own social media platform. And speaking of which,
their content has been fire.
Yes, their content has been great. And therefore, these are some of the teams that I hope that you guys could also check out, because I've been keeping my eyes on them. Yangon Galactica, sure. Sana, that was their very, very first play inside the map. And I won't blame them. They still start off strong. And expect them to actually get something great running so long as they can survive that early game. And same could be said about Asia. We see them being proactive last round. And another team coming from the group that did not play on the first match, Power. I think they have probably the best individual performance out of any team in terms of how they clutch scenarios, and I'm excited to see what else will they still have here for day 2?
I kind of like, if I had like 4 slots for my prediction, I would add Austria to my prediction just because they'll still be running on that momentum from their first match just now. They had, I would say, like, they were very aggressive, they knew what they had to do, and even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, it felt like their performance was promising, and going into the next round would just kind of like ride off that wave. But regardless, it's gonna be YG for me. We've seen their performance yesterday across this map. I think across Myanmar and Erangel, they've been performing very well. So does Enigma and GE as well. I think GE in particular has been very, very aggressive. We've seen GE and Enigma kind of butt heads, but in most situations, it felt like it's a 50-50 for both teams. It's like one round, Enigma comes out on top. The next round, GE comes out on top. It's as though their rotations are always very similar.
Exactly, and this is what we do expect coming from a top-tier team. And so long as they can basically stick up to the same sort of play style and just adapt to the current scenarios, hoping that no 5 teams crash at the same time, then sure, things will be looking really great for that respective team. Now, moving into Erangel, we do expect a very different style of gameplay where, Sanhok, I definitely did not expect it to be so explosive because typically, back in the past, whether if other regions of PMPL, teams love to take it slow, and maybe it's also due to certain updates of the game where, maybe the blue zone damage has been increased, therefore nobody's really surviving playing the healing from the outskirts anymore. So we get this a better chance to actually see very proactive plays to secure that chicken dinner, and that's where it falls in the hands of Falcon. Now, question is, can Falcon actually pull off another chicken dinner eventually throughout the course of the day? I wonder if it's just positioning as well as circle flavoring them in that particular instance, or it's pure hard work. I know they did put in the work on the past round, but yesterday didn't look all too great. They finally are onto something. I want to see them go on the streak.
I think it's going to be really awesome to be able to see 2 teams, or at least one team, go on that back-to-back chicken dinner. We love seeing those situations, especially as a team rides off the high of the previous round, given the fact that they are very, very aggressive. Now, coming back to my predictions here, I think that because it's going to be their first match of the day, and they are very, very aggressive to the point that it's almost like they shut up their brain and just say, just go guys, just go. We have their information, just go. And it's very smart on how they play as well, because the way they grab the information is just very quick, very swift. They don't really take too much time to think, but at the same time, it's like this orderly chaos that comes through from GE is very different to Enigma. They are very, very more, I think if you notice how they play, it's like a well-oiled machine. Everyone moves at the same pace, the same areas, everyone's having a cross, everyone has each other's backs. So sometimes when you are very, very orderly, it comes to a point that if something goes out of formation, things can just completely fall apart. But when you are also in a chaotic situation, but you know what exactly is happening, you can kind of keep the enemies questioning, and I feel like GE has that in the bag.
That's true, and GE definitely have shown a lot of progress as they have really caused quite the storm back in day 1. As for day 2, sure, we see a little bit of a picks here and there, but I don't think there's much that we have seen out of GE, or perhaps, like maybe in the last round they will.
I have a question for you, actually.
What's that?
Okay, from Sanhok yesterday and today, which team has honestly surprised you with their performance?
Sanhok. Well, it's really tough to recall which team has impressed me the most, but in particular, I think I've believed in how much APG has to offer, and I think they did particularly decent inside of Sanhok, and I believe we didn't really get to see much of that in the past round itself. Of course, I have to also recall if they actually played inside of Sanhok, right? So
yeah, it's very fast paced.
Yeah, like that pacing itself was probably not only a surprise to us, but also surprises to all the other teams, where there's so many teams that were looking for space and room. And you understand Quarry to be in such a region where there's not much compounds right after, the landmines and maybe the couple of warehouses. And then eventually when it drags on, you saw majority of them are just playing by the villages, playing by the spot of the hill, barely any cover at all. So that really is a big curveball to all the teams that were still involved from stage 4 onwards.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's a very different momentum from last season as well. Personally, for me, from what I've seen from day one all the way to what we've seen today, the pacing of the games were definitely a lot faster. We're not really seeing that sort of like early fights and then suddenly a quiet situation where everyone's just looting, minding their own business, and unspoken gentleman's improvement in situation. It's more like this aggression that comes through is just like everyone trying to get as much points as possible to survive this wildcard stage.
Exactly, and speaking of which, this time around we're going to be switching our scenery into our classic map once again. We move into Erangel, and yesterday we see majority of the circles ending up into the mid section of the map where it's centralized upon Pachinki as well as school. I wonder if there's gonna be anything of a difference in terms of how the games will be played out, depending on the circle, right? We have not seen all too much other than that. At first, we were kind of scammed, like, oh, a circle that shows the mainland and the island, and then, nah, fam, we're going back to square one. So, a little bit of deja vu going on. So, I hope that we don't get the same type of circle twice.
It's always fun when we have a little bit more of the complicated circles. I'm also a big fan of those circles all the way up north, Georgia Pole in particular, because Georgia Pole is divided into two. So you kind of have to really figure out whether it's going to be North Georgia Pole or South Georgia Pole that you really want to hold on to. And as the rotations come in from the south, that area near hospital, that terrain is very, very hard to navigate. Especially if we have those team who are farming kills, just hold on to the area and get those long-range snipes.
That's right. And overall, I think like in this matchup itself, we'll see how will Game Labs fare, because the past matchup, they were the ones to drop into the islands of Sonoska military base, and then they were met with a little bit more pressure coming out of other squads as well, and they have defended decently. So with that being said, let's hop right into our second match of the day here in the PMPL SEA Wildcard.
Very, very exciting as we go into the classic maps, because we are in anticipation. The pacing of the game changes. We have no clue where the circle is going to be, but we do know where the flight path is going to be. And this is a very, very high flight path from SMB all the way up the southern side, which means that usually to the left side is going to be. But because of that as well, we're going to be expecting a lot of bloodbath, a lot of fighting for that limited, I would say, weapons, vehicles, and maybe we can see like one season some road races happening in the budget.
That's right, and of course, with that being said, this is going to be another pretty difficult game for them to really look forward to, especially for those who are opting to drop into places like shooting range or so. So it will be a little bit more of a stretch with this flight path going into Kameshki, but it leaves ample of room for the likes of many. Georgia Pool is going to be out of access as well, Tash. So with that said, it is not as certain as to how this first circle will dictate the pace. And with that in mind, we do get ourselves another circle, this time a lot more convincingly appearing into the southern islands as well. Does cover some sections over on the corners of Milta, as well as, well, not Milta, Gakka, as well as the southern side of the terrains as well. We're already seeing a little bit more action going on, and that's where members of the Axis Fighter group are seeing it to be a little bit of a hiccup, as Amer now being knocked down initially. Anchor PUBG now pushes on from the far distance, so that should be enough for Axis to respond in time.
Ooh, this is really, really scary. When you think about the situation, I think that because for Axis, when one player's already knocked here, it happens like this all the time, but we really haven't been seeing this reaction coming in for them just yet. And my question is, as to what is going on, what goes through their mind? Why is it that they decided to go passive? Are they waiting for the push instead of proactively taking these fights?
That's right, and I guess like they will settle the scores eventually, but for the time being, there will be a little bit more room to respect each other's territory, just like what's going on here by the corners of Fairy Period. But looking at the weaponry, though, it seems like Astro X has only got some pistols with him. I'm not too certain that this is going to be the best case scenario because he's facing off against an SMG range, just holding on to the area of play, and then QB joins in. This is a three-way fight right now as Asya now having Capper to be depleted with the AKM helped by QB.
Oh no, we usually expect Camper to be the last one. Happening as next, but look at that. It's gonna be Power playing the third party, wants to join in the party at the same time, but Power, they're kind of a little bit far away from their members. It's gonna be Astro in trouble this time. This is not the best situation for Asha, as you kind of expected Asha to still be riding the wave moving forward. Caps will go down to Wacko this time. This four-way fight, rather, is very interesting to me, as Enigma picks off 2 already, but will be punished in turn, and this is going to be Wacko. QB on fire. This
Wait a minute.
through, but does not realize that someone was shooting him right beside him. What were you looking at, my friend?
He just climbs over the wall and surprises him, and Power comes in to style upon the rest of the members of Enigma. Spooky, the only one left. He still has a grenade. Perhaps he can find a couple of catch. If he does land this defilate, he will zone him off of the Molotov. Meanwhile, Koopa holding on to the other angle will be able to give a little bit more supplementary cover. They spot out few. They will stop the push, but for how long is the question. This early initiation coming from all these teams are due to the fact that they want to rotate early to the island, and they are paid a hefty sum of a toll fine. And my goodness, range so low, and he's still hunting out. There's so little left. Oh my goodness, 16 more bullets. Can he do the trick? No time to heal, my friend. Rage does it again.
Did he get it?
He does.
What happened there? Oh my god,
1v1.
downstairs his teammate is coming. 1v1 situation. Range coming out top, but the one that wins is Koopa. I can't believe that Koopa got away with that, and I can't believe that he managed to bring down Spooky with that run and gun. That was absolutely nasty. And with that, Enigma, 5 eliminations in the pocket.
My goodness. Absolute madness and chaos going on by that corner of the bridge. And mind you, the only reason why Range have lost that control over onto the top section of that compound was because he was close to 0 in terms of the bullets that was left on the chamber. Only 10 more left in the tank, and he doesn't really trust his guts whether or not that 10 bullets were enough. He was hoping to get more in return by just spraying into the smokes that were being set up. But that push coming from Enigma on that final moment have yielded them all these 5 points in return, and now a fighting chance to try to at least secure a top 5 finish to stabilize themselves into the late game. And at the same time, back to Milta.
Back to Milta, back to Axis, a team that I have my eyes on. But you know what? This is what gets so interesting, right? You have these really big explosive fights where you think that some teams are going to come out on top, and then suddenly you look back at the points and you're like, didn't Power have like the most explosive, cool fight just now?
Yes,
they only
they
got
did.
1 point out of that? And you're just like, yes, because they didn't manage to get those kills. And this is the high risk play that we talked about. Because sometimes there are some teams who would use other teams' teammates to bait them out, to get those fights so they don't have to be so proactively going around to find that information, right? But at the same time, if you go down, the team, your teammates are going to go down, you will die, and they are going to be able to pick up their teammates, and you don't get those kills. So I think at this point, you kind of have to pick your battles, pick which is the best scenario that you want.
Exactly, but that being so chaotic, we'll also keep in mind that Osja was involved in that fight as well. It all started
I was
with
surprised
them.
they were there.
We almost forgot about them because of how explosive the fight went between Enigma as well as Power. And it was such a great showing, right? And Osja, they decided to pull back, but in exchange, they walk away with those 2 points, which are vital, by the way. Meanwhile, look at Blurry Skulls, what they're up to. We see one member over on the corner of the waters, and just taking a quick swim. Let's see if they can make it past safely. Meanwhile, the rest of SKR, this time, not gonna be going guns blazing. They will take their sweet time, still wrapping around the first stage of the blue zone where they aren't gonna hurt all too much. Hopefully, there's enough resources inside Yasnaya Polyana to just get by. But the longer they take,
Okay, it's one of my favorite teams. Look at them. Yeah. Calvary's going. Aggression. you feel so cool when you ride the buggy. I'm not gonna lie. I feel so cool, and you feel so aggressive at the same time. But also have to remember the chance of you getting body shot and headshotted also very, very high. Now, if you look at West yesterday, I think he was the high performer of the team. West has been really coming in clutch, great with those flanks, and making sure that he's able to get those trades with his teammates. I'm wondering if he can maintain that consistency again today.
Perhaps so, but only time will tell for the moment as the rest of Burmese goes. They make themselves across the waters very safely. So, and I just love the addition of so many of all these new territories where you can still dock in and loot the moment that you get by. So the rest of Burmese goals, they are currently inside of the island and they will reap all the rewards. Now, finally, the teams kept on moving forward. As you see how far some of them are, Vipers are moving in from the corners of what I do believe was Stalbert.
Migration.
Yeah, exactly so. And then Yangon Galacticos have finally left South George for the time being. So expect there to be a little bit more of that congestion over onto the west end of the bridge, as well as the far east where we see PBE about to even get close to members from Axis Fighter.
I really want to say that every time I've casted this game and we saw people on a boat, it's always ended badly. And I'm hoping that it's not me that's bringing this boat curse to everyone. But speaking of curses, the aggression coming in from H2O. We haven't seen H2O perform yet today. And I'm really excited for them. Because it felt like yesterday we saw that potential come through. We saw the plays come through. But it felt like they weren't really able to really step it up. It's just so unlucky for them, but it's going to be Axis that's unlucky once again. But H2O is taking that damage from that beautiful nade from KE. Two of them down already. It looks like Chico is in trouble.
Yeah, Boyshawn will be suppressed by some shots coming in from Labo as well, covering the flank angles, whereas they try to converge upon each other. And H2O, they have been breached and infiltrated from all corners, and they will lose majority of the members. Pop there, covering the flank angles at the same time. Whereas, there will be a push coming in from Labo, and even Pop spots that out. H2O on the first game of the day, not looking so hot. Perhaps it's just a little bit of warm-up for them. Whereas, we did talk about PB as well as Axis. They now lock horns as they try to make themselves past the bridge. And Nasty is the first one to be shot.
If you look at where KE was just now, they are in trouble as another team is rotating to their area. Because if you want to rotate in with those bridges, that is where things are going to get complicated. We talked about bridge trolls. And we saw how many of them holding to so many different parts of the bridge just to farm some kills. Regardless, Amir nearly gets knocked out. He is very low. No push out yet from PBE. Taking their time here as they move forward. Wants to not be in trouble, but Vipers are in trouble as KE hasn't stopped the aggression just yet. They took down one team, and they're going for round 2.
Indeed. And KE, they can take their sweet time all they want. They do have just about enough resources, especially after winning the trades against H2O. They will eventually loot up, but pressure is still on. Vipers, they're slowly haunting them across these corners, and doesn't seem like they have much space. They still have a couple of vehicles that they can still utilize, but the pressure is starting to boil, whereas Spoogle will be eventually being met by shots being fired from Angkor PUBG. But why are these guys lurking around on stage 2 on the outskirts for so long? I mean, they gotta settle it really quick, right? Look at how far they are. Still in Pachinki.
In this situation, I am wondering what exactly they're trying to do here. This late rotation will cost them a lot of healing resources, a lot of their shields, and I understand that they want to do these late rotations into the circle. We've seen it happen all the time, but when you are late into the circle, one of the biggest things that you're going to be struggling for is which area you're going to come in, which area are you going to hold, which area are you going to be able to take, because all the best prime locations are already out of the way. And we're speaking about prime locations, SKR holding on to this bridge. Now, this bridge has changed since, I don't know, it's been a long time. It's 2 areas. But SKR, I think they're being a little bit greedy, holding up the top spot on the island and someone holding on the bottom side for information.
I just feel like majority of these teams are just basically pulling the white flag already, you know, like they say we couldn't really get in the island, we don't have much resources, so let's pick up a fight. Sometimes things like this can happen, and therefore what happened to Anchor PUBG was exactly the same. They just decided to leave, and then they got picked off by some of the members of SKR at the same time. While all these teams are struggling to make ends meet, while PBE tries to cut across, and SKR will be the one to hold the line of defense. Only Yahiko, though, but can they actually do much? And they will pick him up instead. So, one member, you couldn't really do much, and SKR down to 2, and they're still on the outskirts of the blue, so they really gotta find their way in. Whereas Yago Galacticos have Loki trading back 1-for-1, and Marnie's gonna be the next one on the chopping block as well. Shots being fired from both ends, and Game Labs just making magic happen, and now they switch over to GE.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that how many teams are inside the blue zone right now. This rotation is by no means the easier rotations. YG playing on the other side. They're just going to drop off to their deaths. They don't want to give those points if they can. So this is a great situation where you can get the reset. No one's going to be able to push you. And the top side of the train will be able to give you that cover. But TX now in trouble. Yikes! Falls down. Marnie is like, let me just drop down on you. Jack! Revive me, Jack!
Well, I'm not too certain if they do have enough to do much, because at least dropping down gives them a lot more cover, understanding that, okay, there won't be any shots being fired from our back, right? So they will have to climb up that hill once again, though it will take them a whole lot of energy and time. SKR are doing so much in this particular match. Just look at them go with a lot of picks, but yet to really secure these kills. They only got 2. Now they finally actually on the block. Whereas the X as well as PBE, they lock horns on the outskirts and they finally reach their destination. But everybody's drawing blood, and then you see all of a sudden the entire team disappeared. TX came up on top. PBE is no more, and SKR still holding on.
Man, the circle just keeps pulling and pulling to the middle side of the island. And FVE has the southern side, actually, a plane, at their disposal. They want to take up a bigger or better area to hold, because if you think about it, those areas up to the northern side there gives more cover. But look at how many players are going down to the outskirts of the play zone. It's a really hard rotation, especially if you came out from the northern side of mainland. But Hang will be going down. TX, once again, struggling to get into the circle. YG as well goes down, and looks like they're gonna have a little barbecue.
Yeah, looks like they will have to deny some of these points in return.
They couldn't go anywhere, honestly.
Yeah, they were just absolutely suppressed by Burmese goals, and now there's only gonna be Loki left, and therefore nothing much.
BCBG though.
Yeah, and even BG got eliminated. Wow, I was not really expecting the turn of events. This round is kind of wonky, if you ask me, on how crazy this scenario gets. And, you know, all of a sudden, despite Flash Vision being on open terrains across the Moscow military base, they actually have the biggest of advantage, because they have already secured 50, well, I wouldn't say 50, 40% of the area of military base. And now they're about to infiltrate all these compounds and will eventually look for Skynet.
I'm really liking this proactive, aggressive plays coming in from FVE. They heard the information. They want to get as many resources as possible. And I think they did spot out Skynet as well. So that grenade was a warning grenade, okay? It was like, you don't come here. It's my house now. You get out of here. But Skynet also has some things in his mind. I think those smokes, rather, or that stun can also be used to his advantage if he wants to. He can just maybe get a pick and then get a spray down, maybe get 1 or 2 points. In this situation for Asha, you want to just survive for as long as you can, and that grenade is going to hit out at him. That's exactly how you want to play it. Moxie eats a lot of damage, and they're just so confused. Where did that grenade come from?
The smart plays coming in from Skynet, right? Despite him being all alone, just knowing exactly what to do. Excuse me for that. And Skynet, with him being the only member left, he really have to be quick-witted on it.
Loki. Last man alive from YG. My prediction not coming through, and you know what else is not coming through? G-Labs, a chicken dinner situation here. As Newbie goes down, his teammates are ready for that trade, but Dragon comes up on top. Beautiful shot to the face. Immediately finds another one. You know what? I take back what I said. Their dreams very much healthy and alive. The teammates picked up first was definitely just the distraction, and his teammates coming round. the teamwork that comes through shows that they are ready to support their brother. No man gets left behind.
That's right. And as we carry on forward, we are already seeing a little bit more tussle on the outskirts as well. Whereas, as for a majority of all the other players of Game Labs, they're just struggling against KE. Damage still being done despite Pop-Pop going down. And the rest of G Labs should be able to clean up shop and eventually go in for the rescue as well. Circle now favors those who are already inbound inside of South base, as well as the current area that Game Labs is currently holding on top of the hill. And the X, they heard all that ruckus. They're in between all these sort of chaos, so they will hold their ground and not reveal their own location. Game Labs just knows how to take it slow. And mind you, Game Labs, this is their home. They started from Sonoska military base. They should have the know-how on how to secure this round win.
I like this disparity between these teams, how some teams are holding this area on the high area of the terrain for G-Lab. Then if you look at the southern side, FVE is going toward all the way to the southern side inside of SMB. Now, it's really interesting when you think about it, because when you're inside of SMB, I would think that because it's a lower ground and a very, very open area, it's going to be really hard if the circle pulls up toward the northern side. But FVE, with so much control of SMB, it's going to be really hard for SKR to really not only take these fights, but to really figure out how exactly to navigate through all of the buildings. Because in this situation, they can be separated, but still have a really nasty crossfire coming through. With TX separated, well, Zen rather separated from his teammates, I think that they did have a tussle, but he has no idea where exactly Nin is, and he doesn't want to take any, I would say, chances.
Exactly. Zen now coming up close and personal against Skynin. They have all three players wrapping around Skynin. Asia's days are numbered, but can he pull off an upset is the question here. And Exotic immediately goes in for an elimination. And it's a respectable 7th place finish. And even finishing on 7th is so difficult for all the rest of the teams that couldn't really cut into this particular matchup into late game due to that difficult circle being so treacherous to those who are coming from afar. So, with that, I would say, Skynin, props to him. He survived long enough.
And Skynin, just playing for the placement now. That's exactly what he has to do as the final person left alive. Maybe get lucky with those picks. But in this situation, for SKR, not able to get inside SMB, maybe the right play is to play outside of the circle, make a long rotation. But the thing is, when you are playing in an area where it's kind of like a, I would say, an elevated position, you don't know who's waiting up on top. But as the circle pushes up here, SKR needs to make a fast decision. Are we going to eat this damage? Are we going to make a fast, explosive push into the circle? Or are we going to make a very long rotation out of this area and get risked getting shot out and exploded?
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit more of a jostle of control for a majority of all these players, especially with such difficult spacing with flat grounds and just open space for everyone to look around. And I would say Game Labs actually understands I could get this bird's eye view upon anybody and they will keep on picking at everybody else. The X slowly losing out some of the members and just seeing Game Lab having absolute control, they might even actually walk away with double digit of elimination points by the end of the run.
Yeah, and if you look at where TX are, they are so just separated. They can't play together. They can't pick it up. But Dragon, that is a very long-range kill. He eats some damage in return, but he's done his job. Taking down one player is enough for him. GE has to take up this fight with the other members. It's going to be West 992 once again with the aggressive plays, pushing up. I know that he wants to take this fight if possible. And there we go. Exactly as I predicted, 992 taking down Dragon in return. I think that's a great situation for them because it eliminates the danger as well as the person putting in all of these long-range sort of damage.
That's right. Now, hiding behind that tree, he's got to keep himself absolutely safe. And I'm absolutely surprised, right? Of all the teams that are still surviving, SKR have seen the most battles, especially with them camping on the bridge and doing so much over onto the eastern shores. And now, Game Labs finds another one in the form of Justice Esports. Going in with the pick now. Scotty tries to land those shots from quite a far range. But this is not looking all too good. And they are absolutely being outnumbered and being zoned completely off into moving anywhere forward.
GE with only one player left alive all the way up in the northern side. Look at the area he has to traverse to get to the circle. So very, very long, flat area have to go downwards as well. And you've seen the long-range shots coming in from Game Lab. It's scary. It's sharp. And speaking of sharp, it's going to be Master's Eye going down to Raul. Unfortunate situation, but number 6, not the worst place to be in, as SKR wants to push in toward FVE as we hit the last 5 in this match.
This is where they really have to turn up the heat as well. The Game Labs have finally decided to move right into the horseshoes of Sonasco military base, and they will have the entire stretch of these buildings for themselves unoccupied. And for the time being, we see a little bit of a, I won't call it 6 degrees of separation, but, well, a 10 degree perhaps. Encore PUBG, one member standing in the way, is going to be playing absolutely passive. And just look at Flash Vision. They're having this small wraparound by the rest of SKR. I wonder when exactly will they strike. There is a grenade in the hands of Marcos, and he's got that UMP ready on the deck.
Deck and ready. This is where a lot of teams are just holding their ground. They're just waiting for that circle to move so that they're able to make these explosive plays, explosive pushes together, catch each other off guard. In this situation, as no information is given out, no sound, no utils, it's hard for SKR to really figure out where they want to go. And this situation, look at the cross coming in from FVE. They can literally just like push out together, and it'll be a whole firing squad with them. As Game Lab, they're just like, they're so gung-ho. They're walking in through every single building, checking every single nook and corner. That's how dangerous they are right now, because they are looking for as many kills as they can as they finish this match in particular.
Yeah, and they're assuming that there's not many members remaining in this match from all the other teams, and therefore they have that sheer confidence on their strength of numbers. And now he exercises the strike. He does have the Groza in hand as well. Now that he's drawing the attention into this building, he really has to prepare himself for this defense. 2 against 4, and they did bring one down, but TX, they couldn't hold on with Sonics falling down flat. This is where they have to draw the line. Groza managing to shred them all apart, and still does about enough. One member down, but it won't eliminate the rest of Game Labs, as they will continue on their spree, and TX walks away with 5 points.
That is so good. Despite the fact that they were down in numbers, that run and gun, the spray and pray is just so good in terms of timing. They know how exactly to utilize that information where all of the members or G-Labs are going to go together. And I'm curious to know why G-Lab didn't push up together. Because of that, the isolation, they nearly lost so many members. Now for SKR and FVE, this is where things are getting very sketchy. They've had this sort of Mexican standoff for over 5 minutes now. They've been holding this area for a long time. Both teams understanding that they are close by, but not sure where exactly each other are.
Yeah, and the problem is for SKR to also move directly inside, because you look at the updated final few zone, it's going to be moving towards the direction of FVE. So there's no other option but to propel forward, and there's only one standing in the way, especially with the pickoff coming in upon Marcos. He will be burned off from this matchup, with Moxie taking the point.
There's only one more person left. No T1. He is slowly just trying to play for time here. All he has to do is survive for as long as he can. But look at that. They have him surrounded from so many different angles. So if anything were to happen, there was a knock, it's going to be an immediately trade, and immediately the game will be done, for at least for SKR. Going to be zoned out of the way the sprays come through. SKR now out of the game. But with 5 eliminations, I think this is their best record yet.
Indeed it is. Flash Vision Esports now has a lot more room to play after clearing the entirety of SKR. They now have that free reign, so they know, okay, nobody's going to be watching us from afar anyways. So the only difference maker here will be Kai from the outskirts, because he's holding a little bit of a flying angle from the outskirts of this military camp. While the kid, he wants to sneak right past everybody's noses, but he will find himself in a little bit of a dire situation when he does cut across. But for the time being, Dragon as well, Scotty, he's not looking upon his way, and eventually Scotty comes over, so this is where I think is his window of opportunity, should he find his way into the middle of the circle. But keep in mind, G-Lab as well as FVE, they're having all their eyes set inside the zone.
G-Lab, with these 2 buildings in their full control, gives them so much space to wiggle around, get the bird eye advantage, and if they were to be pushed through, it's really hard to figure out where exactly each player are going to be. Now, the kid is actually so close to another member of G-Lab, it's going to be kind of hard to really catch him off guard, honestly. The kid, I mean, because he has his eyes fully trained on G-Lab, just waiting for the right time, but the circle is pushing up toward him. And I think this is where it's going to be very difficult because as he were to push in, I see shots already going toward him. I think he may have already been found out.
Actually, take a look at Kaido. I think he has the best spot possible in this current situation. Just having that bird's eye view. Though, sure, at VE, they're all inside the building at the moment, but eventually they will have to find that spacing. They already are in, as a matter of fact, in the next stage itself. But once it zooms directly into the center, upon the middle zone where it's just bare land, Game Labs will have the advantage.
Yeah. Look at where Kai is. I love where he is. I love how they're not afraid to play alone. Play so far away from each other, but still be able to relay the information to each other. But the kid eventually does get found out there by Chewy as he had to push toward the more open area. I think he had already predicted this. Third place, not the worst way to go. And now it's a 3-on-4. FVE dominating right now with 5 eliminations. But G-Lab, don't count them out just yet, even though they're a man down. But their area control has been pretty phenomenal throughout this entire game. They're very aware of how exactly to play is. They know that Ranger is on the other side, sprays through, thankfully able to get out alive. Chewy will be the one to punish for it. And the reposition coming through, Ranger trades out, but the Dragoon will find Ranger in return.
And Game Labs just outsmarted the entirety of Flash Vision Esports, leaving only one member left as they try to secure that chicken dinner. They don't really have that vision to do so. A small window of chance. 2 members left for side of G-Lab as they try to clear everybody out. While Moxie, the only member standing so far away, they finally spot him from the outskirts, having DP, and now down to a 1 versus 1. Can he make the difference here? As Flash Vision Esports, 2 games in a row, securing top 2, Altex and Moxie, and they need to settle the score straight to secure this chicken dinner. They saw Dragon 4 only swipe it with his hands just out of that small tiny door, and they will toss whatever deficit is left. He can go for a reset. Ranger now will have a little bit more of a room for pickup, but the push is coming in. Dragon's moving in. Can he actually find the kill inside of smoke? There's gonna be another grenade to be dropped right into the area of play, and this might just be the game secured. And now he's pointing out the revives will be set. Flash Vision turns it around against Game Labs.
Oh, that was such a great bait, using that smoke to pretend, or rather really showed that he was going in from that reset. And Dragon was trying to push in for that pressure and make him push out of that smoke and catch him off guard. But honestly, that calm-mindedness and outplay was just so good as FVE are really showing us their true colors coming in all the way from Singapore.
Beautiful work, and this is the first ever chicken dinner to be backed in by the nation of Singapore. Flash Vision Esports having a pop-off moment right there with Game Labs perhaps dropping the ball for this last bit where they tried to also retrieve every single information. Kai was on duty to supplement them with all the info necessary, but because of that burst of attack that came in from Flash Vision, that strike coordinatively, they have been able to overwhelm whatever the spread that Game Labs have created for themselves.
Flash Vision Esports really showing us their true colors and what exactly they can bring to the table in this tournament. Now, having a look at Moxie, I don't blame everyone for thinking him as the MVP. He has been really the clutch maker, the person that you want to rely on when things go bad. Not the highest damage or damage taken either, but 46% team contribution shows that he's been really not only just pulling his weight, but also making sure that he's able to survive for as long as he can to make sure that his teammates are able to get those trades, get those pickoffs. And it's really important to remember that for his team, a lot of time Moxie is always in the front line making a difference for his team.
That's right, and these 4 teams have been able to really step up to the biggest challenge so far in South Erangel in such a treacherous situation of the circle to be pulled into the islands. And there's so many big plays, especially when we start off across the bridge. There was that power struggle between Asia, Power themselves, as well as Enigma, where Enigma have been able to reap 5 points in return. And then G-Labs they show no signs of stopping. They controlled the early game all the way till the end as they picked on a majority of the X members. And then we see this quick jiggle picks as well as this crazy sprays, like you said, to be so effective, but could only pull them into top 4.
Did you notice the pacing of the game changed so much compared to yesterday? We're seeing a slower pace from a lot of teams, especially toward the last two parts of the circle, where a lot of teams were playing this outplay game, or just holding an area. Not only just holding an area, but also the denial of information, not allowing anyone to really know where they are. As a lot of players we saw two, maybe play from KE as well as APG, as the last players alive, try to survive for as long as they can. That's the reason why this information denial is very, very needed, because as soon as their presence is shown, as soon as where they are is shown, they're going to go down. Speaking of that though, 18 point this time with the chicken dinner is going to be FVE on top. 8 elims, 10 points, and this slower pace really suits the strength in how they play.
Exactly, and they're also not afraid to also switch up in terms of tempo. It's like, okay, the slow burn is over, and then it's only down to 2 teams, and they immediately just went guns blazing, right? And that's how Flash Vision have done it. And to me, I just couldn't really wrap my head around how Moxie clutched that situation, where not only did he get those kills, he had time to save Ranger, and then he was the one to deal the final blow. Of course, you guys have managed to catch up what's on the first page. Let's now look at the rankings overall. Nothing has changed on the top 2 placement, with FOD as well as WPM leading the way. But Asha now overtakes Yango Galacticos, where we see a little bit of dip of performance coming from YG. We're rather too late to move right in. Or should I say, now we have a 3-way tie for 3rd place.
Oh man, 3-way tie for 3rd place. But look at the disparity between the points between 12th and 13th points. It's starting to see that big gap come through here between Enigma and TX, PBE, Powers, SIN, VPRS, H2O, Axis, and BG. Now for Axis, H2O, and BG, we as well as VPRS, we haven't really seen a movement in their points just yet. These are some of the teams that will get eliminated very early. But I think what's really important as well is the fact that Power, especially, they have always been at these very, very big sort of fights. But the thing is, they never come out on top yet. They come so very close, and it's just so unfortunate it happens very, very early in the game. So perhaps the change in tempo is should be needed for them to go for the survivability first, and then changing up the tempo for a later situation.
Indeed, and that's where, of course, we will really have to see what goes next, as we will continue after a short moment's break. So do stick around as we bring you more PUBG Mobile Esports action.
Wake up. Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. My name is Contra, and here with me is Tash Bunny, your casters for the entirety of the evening, and we are moving in for our third round as we dive into Angle once again. Of course, with that in mind, early on we did see some explosiveness at the start of the game, and then it came out to a very dramatic fight for the chicken dinner. Flash Vision tried back in Sanok and they couldn't get it on the first round. But on the second round, they've remained persistent, and Moxie brings the win back to the team and won for Singapore's first ever chicken dinner.
But before that, let's have a look at our new Neon Assassin's Power set. So what's happening here is that it's a really cool set to have, and it's a part of the new set as well, where we have the Silver Guru set, or we have the new Ultimate set available right now. It's kind of like Descendants of the Sun, very Wukong-ish, and I love it.
And then, of course, with all that in mind, we definitely want to also check out a lot of other cool things that's happening inside of PUBG Mobile, where we have the brand new Royal Pass that's going to be happening from across this entirety of the season, so you can invite your friends, so you can grind for more and more of all these cool skins that is available in the game.
I really love this battle pass thing, but let's have a talk about the Bruce Lee set coming here right now, where we talk about the OG, the legend himself, Bruce Lee, as we also see a very, very cool trailer that came by during the PMGC last year. I think there's a very cool tie-in into the game itself, and I love it when games really just bring out those skins or what's happening outside of the game to show us a little bit of a different tidbit that we have in the game itself. But don't forget to follow us across all of our social medias, regardless of your country. Each one, Malaysia, Singapore, Cambodia, Philippines. We all have a platform for you. Now, if you come and follow us, you can catch up on all of the news, all of the information, as well as follow your favorite teams.
That's right. And with that being said, of course, you guys can take the sweet time to do so through your mobile phones as we're getting ourselves ready for our upcoming match. In case if you guys miss it, you could just go back and watch the VODs by the end of the day, or you could just rewind and catch up to us through the live feed as well.
You have to watch the last game.
Yeah, you gotta watch it all the way to the end of what's happening from now. Falcon Esports as well as Flash Vision Esports, they've secured the first 2 rounds. And now, let's look forward to another new winner, because from yesterday, the trend remains to be the same. It's just the passing of the Baden. Nobody has been able to secure a back-to-back chicken dinner so far, or even 2 chicken dinners in a day itself. Let's see if anything changes inside of our upcoming match inside of Arangao.
Now, A, B, C, and E is playing, which means that no Group D, no TX, BG, PBE, as well as FVE. And out of this group, FVE is one of those teams that have really made a huge impact in particular today. So at the same time, while it is unfortunate that they're not able to catch up in terms of points, it's also great that they have a time out, really figure out what happened, and to really watch the games to analyze and see what exactly went wrong and how exactly we can come around to catch up. But as we go into A, B, C, and E, Contra, can you tell me a little bit about your upcoming predictions?
Well, before we also get into our predictions as well, I believe that there is going to be a little bit more of things to talk about in terms of most of all these. Well, of course, as much as I did not flash the predictions up online, I think that Asja, Yangon Galacticos, as well as Power, they have shown us a lot of feistiness in terms of their strength. I want to see them last out a little longer to fight for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, sometimes we always are a little bit too tunnel visioned into these explosive fights, but timing is key, especially on this game. Because end of the day, it's winner, winner, chicken dinner. Last man standing, king of the hill. And in this situation, you need to be the last man standing in order to get to own that hill.
That's right. With that being said, let's dive right in to Arangao. Same map, different scenario as we dive into our third match of the day, as we're taking this flight from the southern side of Sanasko military base to hit into the direct north point of what I do believe is shooting range. So we'll definitely take a look at the minimap to see how this will benefit the team. The game map's shown strength inside of the military base, but I don't believe this circle will end up in the same scenario. Although Game Labs came close to the chicken dinner, it almost could have been there, as Flash Vision was a little bit too strong for them to handle with their strength in numbers swarming them throughout this time. Early flight drops coming in from Anchor PUBG as they opt to move into Primos as well as Ferry Pier, whereas we won't expect too much of a change coming from the rest of the teams.
Sometimes comfort is key, but at the same time, there's always going to be a team that's going to ruin that comfort. I'm talking about the teams that just unexpectedly decides to drop where you are and go for those high-risk early fights. Regardless, when you look at this particular flight path, I don't hate it. Everyone gets to go to wherever they need to go. And I have to say that compared to last game, the circle for this game, I'm really hoping it's going to be a little bit more easy. Because we saw so many teams stuck on the blue zone earlier, that a lot of the teams that we expected to do well were not able to, because the rotation was just so hard, especially for those who are up north in the circle. You know what? I'm a jinxer all the way to the left side here, but it should be a mainland circle, no problem. But
oh boy.
Early, the fight's happening again. It's gonna be G-Lab in trouble. Kai all alone. You know what? Forget that. Newbie on the other side, knocked down already, eating a nade to the face. Gonna go run towards Scotty for that revive, but everyone is swarming toward the Kai, and he's out of the game.
Yeah, very swift attacks coming out of all these players, and G-Labs will only have Solo left on the tank, while they do have Astro X crawling up on his knees. There is going to be a chance where he can get the sound cue so that they could find ways to infiltrate into the building. But it's too much of a challenge. Now it will still be a 3 versus 3. Skynin does not really have resources to heal up just yet. By the corridors, this is where they will try to fend off through the hallways. Well, zigzagging away with those tosses, I would say. Ozja still holding up with the pressure just fine. And they're about to settle scores as they go up close and personal.
We've seen Dragon really pop off before in these situations. Dragon is one of those players who can do those long-range plays. Big impact information. But as their numbers dwindle down here, it's going to be a little bit hard as Asha with 3 and G-Lab, I think with 3 left as well. But Scotty does get blown up once again. And Scotty has just gotten picked up with the jump shot. Hurts! Brings down Newbie. Newbie immediately gets teleported away to the lobby. Scotty as well. And the team that closely almost gets the chicken dinner gets eliminated in last spot.
My goodness gracious.
What a plot twist.
How many times do hot drops happen across all these games? And we're looking at another power contest inside of the Central's area of play where KE once again meet up with Axis Fida, where they're at least respecting each other's ground game for the time being. As Amir is just loitering around trying to retrieve a little bit more vital information back in the team. As for YG, they have a whole area to themselves across south side of George.
For YG this time, I think like YG for this particular round, they want to come back strong. They want to really show what they missed out on last game because it felt like they were denied that chance, especially with the rotations and the circle and for how long they were stuck inside the blue zone. Speaking of that, if you remember in the last round, how many teams, I think about like 7 or 8 teams were still inside the blue zone as the circle kept pulling down toward the southern side. SKR, it felt like just now they had like a really good round. It's one of their best performing ones, very aggressive. They were getting a significant number of kills with 34 points. Their performance today, much better in day number 1. But again, it's just the situation in terms of timing and getting those advantage numbers has been a little bit more challenging for them.
Indeed. And I'm just thinking like, for most part, these teams really have to eventually opt to look for a space of their own than to always go in for all these early battles, which is absolutely risky, right? Like, for Game Labs, I don't fault them because they have settled in from ground zero that, hey, Sunoptica was ours before anybody was interested. Pop-Up gets another pickoff, and that's where, you know, they have already sold a little bit more of what is in store inside of Pachinki, and eventually it will start to boil up. Amir looking around 2 members, though. I don't think there's a chance the rest of Axis Fighter can find ways to even try to contest this.
Ooh, the shots come out. Amir in trouble, and there is a lot of pressure onto him to lead the team to victory. And without him, it's going to be a lot of problems. Baby, this time not the one to open up that first contact. With only Nasty left, we haven't really been able to see his performance in particular. But we're really hoping that he's going to be able to at least survive this one out. Show us a different side of the team. But I was really hoping to see them actually pull out at least some big fights where they are going off aggressively 4v4 instead of these one-on-one picks.
Indeed. Whereas, first, for most part, other teams that did get early access into the northern region, they will have a lot more room, but the problem is with the rotation that it will be pretty much far away for them to actually get grounds to cover it with. So they will have to swiftly pave their way into the areas of what I do believe to be across Gatka, where it's going to be totally open ground. So being around South George does help them out as well. So for the time being, teams are just trying to reposition, get themselves far forward, than to commit into those early battles. And as for West Point Mamba today, the only round where we see them actively seeking out for points is during that round in South Sanok. So while you're going into this round itself in South Erangel, I hope that they will still be able to go in for those long-range exchange that they were known for when they were playing in Myanmar, which will happen later on.
The Vipers, you know what? I was a huge fan of them, not only because of their cool name, but also because of their logo, their team record, And the potential that we see, like if we see those flashes of potential, like, oh, they're pretty good. I really want to see them go forward. But it seems like they really haven't had that chance yet. They really haven't been able to show us yet. And I'm really hoping that the day would be today to step it up. Because in this situation, we want to see them go up. We want to see them be able to catch up with the points. But speaking of points here, look at the disparity between Asha as well as the points from 12th place. 16 rather, all the way up to 50 plus. That's a whole big mountain to climb. In this situation, we've seen teams really easily break off like 22, almost 30 points. I don't think it's impossible if we see one game become a pop-off game and change the entirety of the standings.
That's true. Like any given chance that they do get in terms of matches to be played in the day is another great opportunity for them to, climb up the charts and prove themselves, because you look at the current overall on the right side of the screen. Easily, one chicken dinner will at least propel you, if you're in the middle of the pack, into a top 5 scenario. Like just having one good round. And most often than not, when you have the chicken dinner, the average point that a team receives will be across maybe 22 points in particular. And now we see a little bit more of a struggle for the team FOD that's still lurking around Lipovka, the furthest away, as they have to find their way through ruins as well as Gatka, whereas majority of teams are already there. So whoever's late, I wish them good luck.
For FCon, a team that's gotten a chicken dinner today, I think they want to try and secure a second one today as possible. FOD, one of the teams that come up so close, but FOD, honestly, when you talk about them, they are the teams that I would say, you see them in big fights, but it's never really explosive. It's very calculated how they move, how they play, how they communicate, honestly, at this point. And they're always very, very careful. It's not as explosive as what we expect from like, say, FVE or even Game Lab. Regardless, for them, I think that this consistency is great because it shows that no chicken dinner, no problem. We're still going to end up at the top of the charts, because at the end of the day, right? When you are in this tournament, you have to be consistently at the top, not just to win first place, but also to make it sure that you can go all the way to finals and make it to the next part of this tournament.
That's right. And that is where they are keeping their eyes not only on top in terms of position. You want to walk away with a lot of money involved, so you better put on the best game, because back in the past when teams were playing the SEA Wildcards, there wasn't much at stake, where they play shorter days, they don't have a league. Finally, they do get a league, and they get a little bit more recognition as well for their efforts of putting your best foot forward day in, day out. So you want to walk away with the biggest chunk of that 30K. Now, with YG looking pretty much in shape in day one, day two see them struggle a little bit. So falling off from the radar of their consistency gives a lot more room for other teams to catch up as well.
It's interesting, right? How much you can learn just from one day of watching other people play, just by one day of reviewing the VODs from day number 1. And a lot of these teams are really showing us why they are the top of the teams in their own countries, how much they put in the work, the dedication. And sometimes, you always question or wonder, like, when these teams talk to their coaches or their analysts, what goes on through their minds? How do their scrims work? How do their practice go, And speaking of practice, let's put that aside, because Pov picked off by KE. And I think in the situation for Pov, one of the vital members of KE, no problem to be picked up. But when you think about it, that's a very, very long shot away from WPM. And I feel like it's crazy that they're able to do this from these very, very long angles. Same goes from Dragon, from Game Lab.
That's right. And now, quick update into the current situation. Viper taking the center stage of what seemed to be the Mount Gatka as well as Ruin. So they will get a full control of whoever cuts through these fork road that is going to be easily accessible for the teams to just position themselves. But I'm surprised not many teams ought to be on top of the mountain and remain to be in that position, because that could have actually farmed them quite a number of points. While they will opt to rotate, West Point Mamba did manage to squeeze through the crosshairs of GE. I believe the engines were hurt, but nothing much can be done about it. And look at that! Power cutting through, and Rage, he's got to look for a different place to hide out because he is absolutely spotted out.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have Vipers close by, GE as well. And these are teams that love to try and get their hands in the cookie jar, third partying, try and pick those kills. And in this situation, Range close by it up to the PM. I wouldn't be surprised if they do this thing that they always have to do. It's always the same pattern from them. They would get some information, and here comes the cavalry. Let's have a few maybe so far away, and then maybe the other 3 to go in for the aggression. But now with few actually going up to the north side, I'm pretty sure he actually saw the other members of Vipers. So they're going to be going for a more, I would say, passive approach. Because in this situation, while you're in the heat of battle with another team, sometimes you tunnel vision and you don't really notice a sniper shooting you from a mile away. And speaking of a mile away there, APG power taken out, knocked down. Not the greatest situation to be in, but I think has been picked up.
Yeah, and West Palm Mamba could just hail in some grenades if they really want to push them off of this corner of the map. Power remains to be holding their fort at the time being. They're not too concerned about the pressure over the top end for the time being, as they're not making themselves fully noticeable, and therefore, even when West Point Mama wants to push out, they will also be in danger of other teams that's going to be lying in wait inside ruins. And this ruin situation is getting more and more tense with even GE as well as H2O being involved. And H2O, I think like maybe on the past round, they didn't really have much opportunities to show themselves. They crashed out pretty early, not receiving those points. Not the best way to start. This is their time to redeem themselves.
G-Lab out already is Ozja, 2 down. The Giants are slowly finding themselves dwindling down in numbers. But Ozja now in the blue zone, not able to push inside. Look at how many teams are around them, surrounded in so many areas. APG, SKR, they do still have 2 players around, but the push out is going to be a problem here because there's not a lot of cover. They can just drive in, but at the cost of being shot at 2 different areas. And these teams are technically sandwiching them, but it's going to be YG on the winning side. This whole area, the terrain they're holding, so good. So great for those pickoffs, so great for the info. And honestly, they don't have to do anything. They're inside the circle.
Yeah, and all they have to do is just allow it, which is why I was mentioning this Mount Gatka peak point POV is going to give them so much advantage, and whoever takes that area will eventually benefit so much. And I'm glad that YG, they had that notion to obtain not just one side of the hill, they took the entirety of the hill. Meaning to say now, all the other teams that are on the outskirts, they will suffer a high cost as they had ample time to rotate up above, especially for those who are coming in from South George. Now they lost that advantage, and YG have always been surrounded the area because it started off from South George and now making it rain from the top. But still couldn't really find those numbers as teams are still sprinting up ahead. Austria, though, they are being flushed onto the corner where they will have to deal with SKR, and they will continue their journey. They will try to wrap around the back end of the hill to see later on if they can contest YG.
Ooh, Gavin taking a lot of damage from that nade here. FCon can't do anything to pick up Say's Cloud. Gonna have to let him go. Let that man go, rather. Haha, get it? But for now, the other members of FCon still holding down the line, the area. Can't go out, can't go aggressive. But maybe they can go for, I would say, the bait. Get out some information. But I have to be careful as well, because on the other side is SKR. More nades just to zone them out, and FCon gonna let go of one of the compounds as Davan gets tagged up a little bit, plays inside the smoke, gets the heal. But I think for both of these teams, they don't want to fully take on the fights just yet because it's still very, very early. Only round 4, but Enigma in trouble.
That's true. As for Falcon's response, they are reacting with no responses at all. More and more nades flying right in, but Goblin is not even phased about that. Natty on the other end will be dealing with John of FOD, and that will be FOD crashing out very early. This is not something that we see all day, whereas KE, they decide to go in for a full rush. Goblin holding them back, the last line of defense, as they deal with the rest of humankind. Goblin reigns supreme, and boy, Sean, he's getting picked off from the outskirts as well. Falcon, they win yet again, another fight, all thanks to Goblin.
I am shocked that they came up on top in that situation. But again, eyes are on power. They got Grenade Eliminator. We just talked about how little impact they had in terms of points. But in terms of fights, so look at that. It's huge. Guap finds out Caps here. Enigma in trouble. And this is those rare situations where Enigma doesn't come up on top. But Nasty getting those picks there onto someone. Nasty making an impact.
That's right, and Sin, they do have Freak on the control area of play on the outskirts where they're trying to assess the situation between the fight that they have against Power as well as West Point Mamba. So they really have to pick their side, and Freak now is being deterred from pressing onwards with Mix doing his duty. The MVP strikes right back, and there's just no way out for teams that are over on the lower grounds. Instead, Range tries to push upwards, and YG still remains in power of control on the updated circle as the fight continues on. More grenades to be cooked up, but for this situation, how much time is being bought by Team Power is the case. Whether or not can they overcome the strength of what West Point Mamba brings to the table, while they're also being absolutely contested by the rest of GE.
At that for APG, they want to push in, they have to climb up that terrain, but sprays come through. WPM just pushing forward. The cavalry comes through again. Power in trouble. They're just stuck between a hard rock and a hard place, and they're taking up so much damage. WPM has them pincered from so many different angles. It's all up to Range. The final person still up, and he's so very low. He has to go for that reset. Very dangerous because his buggy is actually still smoking. It can just blow up in his face at any time, and that will be the end for Power in this particular map.
Well, I believe if that's going to be the case, if that buggy does burn up, Range still remains to be alive. So Power will remain in control, but they will leave Matt as well as Few be. There's just no time for them to save. West Point Mamba just showing such a great control and understanding of that three-way battle of the team fight. And they also knew that YG, they're looking from those heals. They could also butt in it from long range if they want to. So they remain to be in the cover of that jungle. Whereas other stragglers such as Mal will try to see if he can basically survive some of all these grenades being tossed by Zai.
I bounce to him, but he sprays and he gets one. Beautiful trade coming through. It's like, you miss me, so I'm just gonna get you back for that. And immediately his teammate says, "Oh yeah, I'm out. You did that to yourself, bro."
That's right. And that's where you really gotta be disciplined on your peeking windows as well. And I feel like GE didn't really expect him to really hold the angle for so long. He never stopped unleashing those bullets. Itchy now trolling right under the noses of Yangon Galacticos as they are finding themselves struggling to survive. Still keeping an eye out on H2O because like these guys could also strike back at them at any given moment. MT.
I want to see West 922 just do a big impact like he did just now. He's playing this corner with his teammate, but on the top side there, he knows that a member of the team, YG, full control of the entire terrain.
Meanwhile, Vipers, they've been holding on to this compound for the longest of times, and West Point Mamba, these two snakes are about to give each other a little bit of poison here, where Mass finds another one in the back.
Can I make a comparison here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Imagine if the two snakes, one is a viper, right? And they are poisonous, and then one other snake is like a python. Will the poisonous snake win, or will the python choke the other one to death? Have you ever seen those two kind of snakes fight before?
I've not seen one in real life, though. I mean, documentaries.
You've never seen a snake?
I've seen the snake before. I've never seen them fight.
Oh, okay, fair. That's fair.
Okay, back to the game where, you know, there's more fights going on. Skynet now being pressured. Asya will really have to move into the open ground, and look at this. Yangon Galacticos, they don't really need to leave the hills just yet. They have absolute control. And teams, they better settle the scores real quick. They gotta find those eliminations against other team before they deal with Yangon Galacticos. Or maybe all of them should push up the hill at the same time and overwhelm YG. And speaking of which, HO, the Sharks are in trouble. The Sharks are endangered. The Sharks will go out.
The Sharks went out. Sprayed out, but the jump shot. I've seen so many good jump shots today that I am actually in awe. Can somebody teach me how to jump shot? Seriously, because that is crazy. And on top of that, it's not those shotgun jump shots even. It's with the rifle, because you have to know where exactly to aim that, which is the pre-fire as they jump must be legit. must be fast, must be great timing. And speaking about timing here, look at the other teams, WPM. Even though they're down one man, they're just waiting at the side of this terrain. They're just waiting for the right moment to not only go and pick up their teammate, but also for that rotation. But Vipers are gonna push out. Speed just spins over Itchy. That is so nasty and I would say unmerciful.
And look at this grenade. WT is just making it rain, and he's going to be able to pin down 2 Vipers in a row. Spoogle, with only so little health left, is going to draw the attention of the entirety of Yangon, because look at their hands. They're holding grenades, and bomb parades are set right onto the foothills of Mount Gatka.
Shower. All the way from the top side here, Spoogle in trouble all alone. And I have to say, running over the last members of GE and immediately YG reacting, which really shows how much control they have all over this entire area because of this high ground they are holding on. And they've been holding on to this area for half of this match.
Remember when you play classic matchups, there's danger zones where just bombshells raining upon you? This is exactly the situation is at.
Deja vu moment, right?
Exactly. And then YG, now, of course, they don't want to waste more resources. Spoogle now being spotted out. They will just pull up their guns and Marnay get some damage done. The rest of Vipers somehow hold still. And WT will eventually catch on to Spoogle. That will be the first member down from the side of Vipers yet again. While Cute Loki, he's got this weaponry with him with the Mosina gun pointed at the direction, and they will take 2 fights at a go.
Oh man, Power still very much in the game. 1 person left alive, but it's gonna be Cute Loki with the sprays. Amas is in trouble. Spoogle as well goes down. Vipers at 4th place, their best placement just yet. We just talked about that, but Amas, as he gets up, gets shot at, which means that Loki has had his eye trained on him for a very long time, and I wouldn't be surprised if SKR is in their sights at the same time. In this situation, these 2 teams, WPM and SKR, will have to take the fight with each other. But when you stand up or you even move, YG just picks you apart, and this almost feels very oppressive at this point.
That's right, and all of them are running towards the tree. Amas immediately falls to the ground yet again after being saved. Now that's being spotted out. This is where SKR, they will fight every single nook and cranny and will pick on the rest of the Mambas. Leaving only 2 more standing in the way. He couldn't land the shot. Marcos now retrieves his buggy and says, you know what, I'll sell the scores eventually, but I will ensure all my teammates will be kept alive. YG climbs down the hill, and this is now an even fight. But YG does have the strength in numbers. Full squad up ahead. And this looks very likely to be their game, so long as they wait for WPM as well as SKR to settle the score.
Honestly, because they do have a little bit of elevation to play with, and look at how they're just separated with each other. It's different terrains in their favor, gives them so much info, but yet enough information for anyone pushing up. Loki, once again, just making it rain onto WPM. Migs taking another shot to the face again, but it's gonna be SKR that'll be taking that kills. Push up forward. WPM last 2 gonna run through Michi, run over. Nasty once again. Roadkill happening a lot in this game. Spray down happens, and that will be the end of WPM. And it's gonna be 3rd place for them.
Really strong finish still for WPM on the way that they've handled the entire situation across this Gatka fields. And I'm really surprised by SKR because they've held on for so long, undetected, and they took out the right fights at the right time as well. Now, the only problem is they're also swarmed from multiple angles where Romeo's coming to the left side of the flank, Marnie on the right, and WT on the center. And look at the far angles being covered on that mini-map as well. That's going to be the sniper that will be put into effect, where we see Loki pulling off some sick shots from afar.
Suddenly, it's the cut of the noise again. We know that YG has all the information they need because they saw everyone as they were rotating. They saw the fights. But for SKR, they have the advantage in terms of that they managed to get a refill from the kills, or rather the kills that they had from the other members of WPM just now. A reposition from SKR, Notia pushing up forward, eats some damage from the nade, but doesn't deter him, as the other members of SKR, what they're trying to do here is take up that space slowly but surely. But for YG, they have no idea where they are right now, because the bottom side of the terrain here is not helping them, not giving them any favors in terms of information, and the circle once again favoring YG. This is going to be a very hard run from SKR, and if they do make it out on top, I will be screaming.
Yeah, and when you take a look at YG, they're just slowly cutting more and more space so that when this circle closes out, there's not much area of play for the rest of SKR. And just having that center stage is going to be so vital for their survival. Yangon Galacticos are not leaving anything down to chances, and they are just hoping that eventually SKR will be choked out.
Look at how the two members of YG are playing outside of the zone on the higher parts of the terrain. It's as though they put two members of YG in the middle, giving them the idea that everyone might be the middle side there. Honestly, genius. But at the same time, great for trades at the same time. Loki, we've seen him actually get so many picks this particular round. We saw him cook a nade, waiting for the right time to throw it out. As Marne and WT, what they're going to do here is just going to trust their teammates to have their backs from the higher side of the area.
WT has been doing so much in this matchup itself. I believe that he has already whipped out at least 500 damage upon this matchup, where for SKR, sure, damage numbers may not be as high, but they have been very clinical in terms of the execution. Now that the smokes have subsided, this is going to be a big cause of concern, because slowly but surely, YG's position are starting to be revealing themselves, and Marcos is taking a far wide angle spread alongside with right exit. So I wonder if this is going to give them a little bit more of that bird's eye view upon these three members that's hiding out. Loki sets in a couple of smokes, whereas Tiap, he gets a little bit more of a bypass, and he's just cutting through these corners. And now down to the final stage, and it will zoom directly into the middle where YG is currently at. So it's time to wrap this one up quickly.
The nades come through, the smokes are out at the same time, exit making his time, but the closest one to three members of YG is Marcos. If he's able to get close enough and get one spray, I can already predict an aggressive explosive play to come through. Sprays come out, but he's just spraying toward nowhere. He has no clue where everyone is, and that will be the death of him. He should not have revealed himself so early, and he is eating that damage and eating the seeds that he has sown. WT spraying out, but Loki is the one to run on top of the members of SKR. Winner, chicken dinner to YG. And honestly, a great ending for this map.
Such show of confidence coming from Yangon Galacticos. They will be the first ever team here in the SEA Wildcard Spring Split 2023 to receive their second chicken dinner. One chicken dinner a day. Well, won't even keep the doctors away in this case, but Yangon Galacticos, you knew this game was on the back for Myanmar the moment that they have secured the highest elevation of the area of play itself on Mount Gatka, where they just see everything. And what I was surprised is that there's not much challenge involved from all the other teams. The only one that came in was Viper, and you saw what happened. The nades, all the bullets flew their way, and they just got blasted off the face of the map. And the MVP this time around will be handed over to Marnet.
Honestly, Marne once again showing how consistent he can be. Every single round has been very, very vital to him in terms of eliminations, in terms of team contributions. But at the same time, with 23%, it just shows that YG really knows how to separate that workload. I'm thinking from a university student point of view. But then again, you saw how exactly it's done, right? In terms of how exactly they play with the angles, how they hold the area, the firepower coming through. Marne has been huge. Now let's talk about the teams to watch. In this particular moment, YG, SKR, PWR, and WPM, I wouldn't say that these are the hugest travel distance, but I would say that in terms of YG, they felt they were very, very good at predicting the circle. They were very, very good at choosing which area to hold on to, as the other members of SKR, PWR, WPM were more toward aggression, more toward this explosive fights. And finally, I love the fact that PWR make a big impact, not only in terms of fights, but also in terms of rankings this time.
That's right, and just seeing him go wild over this course of the map has been fantastic. While the rest of the team, they did have a little bit of struggle, and speaking of struggle here, Game Lord did not manage to defend their home ground inside of Sanaska, where this whole altercation went on against Asia that see them reap so much rewards, and they did manage to go into the very late game phase as well, securing quite a substantial amount of points by the end of their run. But as the fight goes on, we see a little bit of a finesse move coming in from all the other teams as well. especially from Viper. I think like they took up some really good fights against West Point Mamba, and then after that they go their separate ways, and it also leave a lot more room for SKR to have strong duels. And all this firepower looked convincing, but this standstill took a long time until we see the final circle close in. And Yangon Galacticos, I think, need we say more? Like, just having the roadkill to secure it all, just see them brimming with everything that they have, where they just know this chicken dinner was never in anybody else's hand anyways.
It felt like the whole game was skewed toward Yangon Galacticos, just how much I would say control they had over that gameplay, over the area as well. They made sure that the momentum was in their hands. Only 2 points for them as well as a chicken dinner for today, but SKR and PWR 17 and 10 points each, and I'm seeing WPM as well still maintaining that, I would say, that momentum coming through. Now, in my opinion, each team that comes through with at least 5 points in every round still maintain that momentum, still maintain that, I would say, sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit, or rather little by little it still becomes a mountain eventually. So long as you don't go back with 0, I think that you are going to be safe. But Yangon Galacticos is actually making quite a big lead compared to second place now, 70 with 2 chicken dinners. This is a statement for day number 2.
That's right, and they just leapfrog, I believe, 4 spots upwards, and they just overtake other teams just like that. SKR initially had quite the game that they pulled off, and with this performance onto second spot inside of Erangel, they now are tied with FOD onto 6th place. But so many teams, look at that, are pushed right down to the lower positions of the first section, and then on the second page itself, even Anchor PUBG, the one that did secure a chicken dinner yesterday, are starting to see a little bit of slide of performance as well, where they don't really get to really play much throughout the course of day 2.
I think it's really fun, the fact that one match can really change the course of the entire ladder, and especially from teams that really perform, the bigger the point jump, the scarier it is for the teams at the bottom. And this is why I said consistency is key, because sometimes we don't really need that chicken dinner, but getting maybe 10 points around, or getting maybe even 5 to 8 puts you in on top of the ladder compared to the rest who are maybe ahead by maybe 15, 16 in round number 1. The next one they have 0, which other teams can keep up. So consistency is very much key, but at the same time, in this situation, especially as the second map of the day, the circle was very difficult to navigate, this is where things can get a little bit sketchy. Now, I would argue that even the match previously was actually kind of hard in terms of the circle, because it was right by a terrain, and the teams that are quick enough to kind of like predict where it's going to go are going to come out on top, and that's Yangon Galacticos, who came up on top.
That's right, and this is where, of course, we're about to hit into our upcoming match inside Myanmar for match 4, and I'm excited to see this because we see evidently that there are teams that are a little bit more proficient when it comes down to playing in this respective map, and of course that draws us to our prediction of what goes on. But before we even get to the predictions, make sure you follow us on all of our social media platforms across our PUBG Mobile pages.
Speaking of which, predictions is so hard to really predict, but now we're starting to see a pattern, aren't we? Across the teams, we're starting to see the consistency come, and we're starting to pick out which teams are able to continuously gain points, continuously play the same way they play and make it work. And we're starting to see teams that are still not able to come out on top, engines not really there yet, not able to figure out the puzzles and the patterns from the other teams. Now, coming back to our predictions, Contra, what do you got?
Well, I've got Game Lab in my mind because they've been absolutely phenomenal on their round that they secure a second spot. I won't say much about the recent Erangel match though, because they got contested early, they couldn't really get things done. But I'm seeing an upwards trajectory for Flash Vision Esports, and of course more to be said about Asia, where they really fought hard to get their points. I'm not going for Yangon Galacticos because like evidently they have been undoubtedly for the past 2 days one of the strongest teams to beat, and they are in number 1 for very strong reasons.
Now for my turn, I think these are more just copium picks at this point, just hoping that these teams that have the potential really pop off. And I feel like I say this every single time there's a prediction. It's the same thing again. See that situation happen, want to see the potential, want to see it come up on top. H2O, we haven't seen it just yet, and it feels very unfortunate that they're at the bottom of the ladder, and I want to see more of them because honestly they do have that team fight potential, they do have the explosive plays in their hands. It's just a matter of timing, and same can be said for PvE. Now FVE, we've seen them really pop off today. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again, but honestly it would be kind of cool to be able to see younger Galacticos as well as FVE maybe get chicken dinners twice in a day, because we haven't seen that quite yet, and it kind of like would really solidify their lead compared to the rest.
That's true, and of course, FV has also been able to keep the Singaporean flag flying pretty high, and with their current roster, which also consisting of Moxie as well as Ranger, you could see the level of confidence of this team really start to grow even better as compared to, you know, the past couple of seasons where we see some of these players on board on different organizations. And well, as I could recall, especially for Ranger, he was previously playing in RSG Malaysia, where he has often seen certain games to be played out, but he's always switched around the roles within the team. Whenever they need him, they will put him on board, but he doesn't get as much game time. And now when he does get that game time, you can see the impact of him to be able to supplement what Moxie has to offer at the same time, being the first one to really lead the charge, and then Moxie from the back lines to just eventually come in as the big cleanup crew that you can always rely on.
It's honestly really good to see these players that are so underrated really get that chance in the spotlight, because sometimes some players, they are just taken for the team, but they are not given a chance to play there. Maybe put as a sub, maybe put aside for in case situations. But it's very sad. I think as a player, most of them really don't want to be a sub. They really just want to be able to play and showcase their way to the world. And I think this impact or this chance has given him a lot to offer to the team. And it's a great supplementary, as you mentioned before. Great teamwork, great timing. It's been great for Moxie having him on the team.
That's right. And with that in mind, like I believe that if given enough time to get adjusted to as well, like most often than not, you will start to see them being more accustomed to all the other challenges that are currently within the league itself. And then
I mean, it comes down to the experience as well, right?
Exactly.
Maybe they wouldn't have competed before, but they will be actively involved in the scrims and the coaching sessions from the bigger teams. And I think it's very invaluable for teams like this to have more experienced players, because you can share it with your team. You can sort of understand why these patterns happen the way that they do. But now we're going to move on to a new map here, and we're going to be going into Myanmar.
that's right, Miramar will definitely be the biggest testing ground for all these teams to overcome, whereas yesterday we'd see a lot of strong fights leading all the way to the end. Vipers really taking charge, and then you have West Point Mamba to take the final game inside of the matches played within the map itself. So today I feel like it's a day of changes overall, and this is where we're looking to see whether or not can they actually secure a little bit more of what's there to offer.
I think that I am still hoping for that prison circle, please. I feel like it's been like, what? Has it been 2 years since I've been casting PUBG Mobile? Yeah, around there. And I feel like every year I say, I want a prison circle. And I will never, ever, ever stop hoping. But coming back into this, I think like yesterday, I was surprised. I thought there would be different teams that will really step up on this particular map, because we usually see a disparity between teams that do well in Miramar and teams that do well on Erangel. But it feels like for as this season come around, and it feels like there is a consistency across all maps, and everyone has a plan A, plan B, plan C. And I'm really hoping to see the plan C's come through as well if the circle decides to go to Puerto Paraiso.
That's right. We're about to kick off our fourth match of the day. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show as we'll let the players do all the action.
The heat, the pressure, the long rotations, the really, really high elevations. This is day 2, match 4 out of 5 for today. And undoubtedly, I would say that this is the most difficult map to play. It really shows in terms of positioning, in terms of your circle prediction, and in terms of sort of understanding how exactly the enemy moves around and holds their area. But speaking of areas, all the way from the southern side, northern side rather of North Los Higos all the way up to El Azhar. Not the best flight path if you want to go to a trailer park, Crater Fields, or even El Pozo.
Indeed. Whereas, for teams that are hoping to play on the northern region, the only accessibility that they have in exchange for them to get those quick loots is to basically get a vehicle really quickly on, unless if you really want to consider places like Torre Ahumada, Campo Militar, which is a far stretch across to the usual circles that will remain onto the central zone or even on the south side. But we've seen certain games in the past that did favor teams who are playing from up north. Therefore, hoping to see if ever the case, if the circle goes to ruins, this is a fair game where everybody has to rotate, have to fight to contest for those spots. But
wait, did you see that?
It still goes all the way up towards the north side. So this is where the ones who drop late, they have the biggest of advantage.
Did you see that two teams dropped at the same time? I think it was Power and Asha and Astro will be the first one to take someone out there. Saw him rushing through by, but Asha was really quick on the ball, dropped down, grabbed a vehicle, immediately took the house. And I think what they wanted to do was to kind of counter that, get those picks as well. But Asha has been really quick on the ball today, especially in that first contact.
That's right. Like, the way that they've been fighting is just impeccable, right? The way they just quickly grab their guns and they don't really care if they get knocked because they understand that they are having the rest of the members to also cover up. The responses out of this team on these hot drops is insane as compared to, you take another example where Axis Fighter was also hot dropping almost every other match in particular. The success ratio is not as high as Asia. And I wonder, how do teams actually get into this state where they have every single possible possibility to be knocked out, but has that full confidence that, hey, I'm going to win this fight no matter the case, and they show us what they've got.
Whew, I think for Enigma just now, it was very unlucky because we saw like a full 4v4 fight and didn't come up on top. And I was a little bit surprised. And I don't know why, right? But TX and Enigma have always been meeting fairly early with each other. And in this situation, I'm kind of hoping that TX comes out on top. Like, I'm a huge fan of Enigma, don't get me wrong. But it's always fun to see the underdogs do well. And you're just like, whoa! They had that in them the whole time? And they took down one of the top teams? Very fun to watch. But the only information that Koopa can play with right now are those footsteps. And you can see Koopa as well as Caps have not moved an inch. They're not trying to reveal themselves because the idea is get those picks, get out, be safe, win in terms of numbers, and hang, are you gonna go in there? Oh, he's suspicious. He gets eaten by the damage.
Wow.
He goes down. Koopa was quick on the ball. Goodbye. Shot in the face. Not with the shotgun too. Ouch.
Yeah, and it's a smart measure coming out of the Koopa as well, where he's just holding out. He doesn't necessarily have to risk himself going out in the open. And this battle by Cruz Deval is just seeing graves to be dug. So conveniently so. I mean, there's graveyards over onto the top end of the church. There's another one on the outskirts. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's an empty lot for another. Of course,
Wow!
virtually.
Wow, you put him in a body bag and just chucked him in the grave, huh? Caught me off guard too, actually.
Yeah.
Not expecting that for you.
And
guys, I just want to say that I did not expect Contra to be this funny.
a little bit selfish sometimes, I guess. QB's got to be able to spot one. He's thinking another one over the hole. And look at that. Let's see.
Oh!
I have proved. Visualized.
Visualize is number one. You're right there by the grave. Come out here. Make my life easy. I'll just drop you inside one of those caskets. Easy life. Could be zen. One of the two members left alive. And he's not even close to his teammate. He's skedaddling out of here so fast. He's like, no. I don't want to go down there. Not the 6 foot under. Maybe a different place, though.
Well, it's funny because we talk about 6 foot under, but look at the altitude of that hill as well. I mean, they're taking great control of that. So if you're buried on a hill, are you actually 6 foot under or a couple of feet above?
Few feet above someone, and if they, I don't want to go that way because it got really dark. But I don't want to say this on air. They're gonna be like, Tash, you are such a morbid person. You just seem bubbly and happy, but you have some hella dark thoughts. Nah. We'll save this chat for another time.
All right,
Then
another
we
time
have
it
these
will
thoughts,
be.
though.
But Flash Vision, though, today looking strong. The Singaporean team is just really showing up to what this whole league is all about. And typically, you take a look at the playstyle of Flash Vision, they're never really the flashiest team. They're more of a controlled team, I would say. Especially on that early game, you don't really get to see much action involved in particular. And then once they do survive stage 5, that's where you start to see them drawing for some points. And as for BG, we also see today to be a better day for them. Whereas Enigma, they just keep going for more, and they're going for this highway pickoff against Falcon.
I love these highway pickoffs. It's just like so unsuspected. You're just like you're singing highway to hell. You're crossing by, and someone just rudely shoots at you. But this is interesting. They got picked, but they didn't finish him off. Oh, I see why. Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's really smart. Man's just like, okay, I'm gonna shoot you, and now we're gonna go away and try to get those long-range kills. Smart, but very high risk. But Enigma does this all the time, doesn't they? They love these high-risk plays.
Exactly, and this is what they did back in the previous round, where you remember that bridge cam going on. Enigma was very much heavily involved, and they like this kind of choke point setups. Whereas for some teams like this, they expected, early game to be very quiet, and like I said, you play something on the radio, and then, yep, you gotta hit that F button. You just gotta pay respect, or pay a heavy fine, whichever the case. Anyways, back to conversations about highway stories, right? I recently read something on social media, and I'll get to that later on, because Enigma, they're already swarming into this warehouse territory.
They're very proactive this round, aren't they?
Yeah. And this being a vast map, but they will be punished for it though.
Oh, wow. Chun Lun in trouble. Takes a damage, sprays out. QB in trouble. His teammate right beside him. Koopa as well. That's a hefty amount of damage spotted out there. But he's very aware that Spooky is over on the right side. Another grenade comes through. He has to actually heal up. He has to go for the reset. And this is smart because everyone's just tunnel visioning. They didn't realize that Goblin is so close by. Spooky now on the ready. But look at this crossfire from Koopa. Beautifully played and done. You thought you had the upper advantage to them. No, that's not going to be happening. Another nade comes through. Lot of moments where you kind of put this pressure onto Andrew. Sprays out. But I'm loving the fact that everyone peaked together, not allowing an isolation or even a pickoff to happen. And 16th place for them, not the best scenario to go out.
What an execution coming out of the team. You just see this wide wraparound, even though they did have one member being knocked. The response coming from Caps to cover the flank and create that pressure draws attention away from Chanlong. And then they start to have the rest of the other members of Team Enigma to pile up upon them. And it's just so impressive. Just look at them securing all these points in the back. 6 points inside Myanmar to kickstart stage 2. Let that sink in, right?
It's a huge improvement from how they played yesterday and the first maps they played today. I have to say that I was honestly shocked at how fast these adjustments are happening, because we saw Enigma go down because of the isolation plays, the aim duels that they weren't able to take, and they're like, okay, if we can't win this aim duels, if we can't win this one-on-ones, we have to play together. And they played far but close enough to get those trades. And I like this change, and I think that I want to see this consistency come out from them.
Indeed. And there's a lot of time for us to continue on our highway journeys as teams are currently traveling by as well. Like, what we saw was great out of Enigma. This is just explosiveness all throughout the course of the battle here, despite it being such a vast territory. But they have that full confidence.
I'm just worried that they might overheat.
Yeah.
Because it's so early. And we've seen teams do that before. But speaking of overheat, sometimes we see GE do that too.
Yeah.
Where they sort of overpush, but they will come up on top, yes, but they always will lose like 2 to 3 members.
Exactly. So I feel like sometimes they really have to work on, just coordination itself, right? If you can get better coordination, you can call for a reset.
Don't push it.
And that's where you don't get that overheat. Like you said, don't push it way too far forward where the envelope couldn't really fit into the mailbox anymore. So, yeah, for the time being, we're also seeing FV journeying their way, and I have that highway story that I didn't manage to complete. So
Okay, bring it, bring it.
I was reading social media, and there was this story. Fun fact: I couldn't read Chinese, so my friend posted this up, and I see like there was this long description, and like his car windshield was smashed, and I wonder what exactly it is. And turns out, in the middle of the highway, out of nowhere, a chicken dropped into the car windshield. And then it smashed the entirety of the windshield. But thankfully, my friend is safe. Couldn't say the same about the chicken. Hopefully, that's not how the chickens are cooked here in PUBG Mobile.
Free chicken dinner, but look at this aggression coming in from Enigma. They are just rushing into the area of GE. Bazai holding forward, the sprays come through, but the cross comes out. You should not assume there's only one person shooting at you. Enigma Gaming, I love the fact that they are betting on the idea that people are gonna go for the tunnel vision. And the other members of GE are like, okay, we can't save you, we're gonna go away. But moving over to their side, they still want to take this fight. GE not winning that, but WPM as well in danger.
Yeah, the rest of West
Wow!
Point Wampa is gonna come in, and it flips one member up in the air. This is looking tad dangerous. Everybody's flying in, but Sin, they're outnumbered, outgunned as well. They will have to go in for some quick reset. Moi trying to cover it back as he spot MS now being alerted of his existence. QB comes in, and they pin down one member inside of GE. Fights are happening across the map. Viper also tagging in. Federalis eliminated, and that says Sin, thank you very much. We're just gonna do this duty, but Sin does get the point out in return. Makes 1 HP left. Trying to go 1 versus 1 in this tight corner. There's only a couple of rocks for him to cover back, and MS holding himself. And this is just a 1v1 exchange from the rest of them, whereas the rest of Sin, they have fully reset it, except for Holy Landry. He needs a little bit of help. Makes finally down.
Oh man, honestly, big nade from Guap just now, but here comes another a little bit ahead. Oh, that's not nade, that's smokes. Giving some space onto them. Gets Mix, Amas running for his life. No problem for them, but in this situation, seeing Sin actually take down WPM is just honestly amazing. WPM has had so much control, so oppressive in how they play, but this time H2O going in trouble. FOD still showing their fangs. It looks like momentum is not going to stop anytime soon, as they're going to finish off the entirety of the members of H2O.
Oh.
What, 2 members left? 2 members left.
Quite a rough checkpoint to actually move about as well. They didn't really suspect that the rest of FOD is going to be so close in proximity, and not only did they lose 2 members, they lost their vehicle. The vehicle is stranded in no man's land, and look at H2O. They're just stuck upon this valley of Crucival, but they should have ample space for them to get some cover. Speaking of which, tags are coming in. I'm not too sure where exactly is it from. Sin, once they did wrap around against West Point Mamba, leaving 1 member behind, the rest of the snakes, you take 1 snake, you have to take the other one out, and Vipers are trolling upon them. Moi has to do it all alone, and he's doing it well! Oh my word, he brings down 2, can do more. Rain from above will be able to stop him on his tracks.
1-2 tag team. Dea goes down and Reigns moves forward. Guap and VEEK. Veek, is that how you say his name?
Freak.
Just pushes forward. Freak. Oh, that's how you say it. Freak.
Yeah.
Regardless, the sprays come through. 2 members of VP are in trouble as Moi just acting as the bait. Wop. Pushing up. Can't really see past his terrain, but pushing up. Wow, they tried to run him over, but just went on the top side. Holy Lanju immediately takes them out. I have to say, this is the most aggressive I've seen Sin, but I'm loving it.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's just like they turn off their brain. You're like, you know what? Forget overthinking. Just go for it. Just go aggressive and just play to our confidence. And it's working out so well in this particular map because they know that it's the last 2 maps of the day.
Yeah, and the communications must be super smooth on their end as well, because like the moment that one member engages, look at how fast they responded, especially the initial fight between them as well as West Point Mamba. You saw all the buggies fly up in the air, and then they all committed to this fight. Same thing happens right there, and this time so much cleaner. And for the rest of Vipers, they were pit on that lower ground. There's nothing much that can be done. Purvis goes now goes head-to-head against one member out of H2O. Waydu subs in for this round as well as the past round itself. And then you have FV, the one that has controlled Crucival to still be within the township. And now, free picking, one member of Austria will be bowing out.
We love free food, GE says. Honestly, in this situation for GE, once on the top 3, I think today they want to come back on top. They want to go aggressive. They want to try and climb back up. But H2O will be the one. I feel like I don't want to do predictions anymore because everyone I predict goes out really, really early. And yeah, I'm going to stop doing that. I'm cursing H2O at this point. Regardless, for PBE, we haven't seen that aggression from them yet. We saw how they can take those explosive fights. Honestly, they are reminding me of Power, the way they play, the way they take these fights. But timing is not key for them at all.
Indeed, and this goes to show that there's so much raw talent here in the Southeast Asia wildcard where everybody, when given that right opportunity, they will shine like a diamond. And now, Burmese goes looking for an opportunity up top these graveyard grounds as there's going to be a lot more of blood splatter between the two teams. And BG will eventually find one. Raimon now on the ground, and they are absolute sharpshooters from far range. Even through the smoke, they find something out of PBE. Edward's going to be pushing forward, and the rest of Boomer's goals might actually find their first team fight win.
Yeah, they're just going on. Cole goes down, and right beside B, I would say the graveyard, they want to bring this. They want to climb up on top. The sprays come out. You can see one member of PBE. The explosions come out. They look at the explosion, and they are going to claim that kill. As a team at the very bottom, they're showing that this is their potential. It took a while for them to figure them out. But they're just going to run through and over PBE. They only have 1 kill in this game in particular. And BG, they steamrolled them without losing a single member in return. They barely took any damage.
That's right, and it really feels like this is another franchise episode of Fast, which I do believe X is out. And now this is XI, if I would say. Whereas,
are they going for more?
I believe so. Look at this.
They barely had time to reset.
They're already setting their eyes upon FV, but then again, look at all of the members of FV. They're hiding inside of the church grounds. And
Moxie,
instantly, MH!
Hello?
Look at how far the cover is from the far right. And they spot out Moxie, the most important guy out of the FV block as well. Ranger is there to supplement him.
woke up! We love to see it! The underdog story, maybe? I don't know. But they're doing very well. But Amura does go down. Ooh, that's a lot of damage going on to him. And not the greatest situation, but we can see APG and Enigma are actually having a 1-on-1 just now. That's a very long range fight, if you can see, in the middle of the map, all the way to the outskirts of Torre Alhamada.
Yeah. Well, going back to BG, I wouldn't necessarily call them underdogs, as this organization has been esteemed back in other titles as well in the Myanmar region. And now, I guess, like, in this situation, they are also pit by the zone itself, where they will have to reposition from the high ground to go deeper into the lower grounds of the valley. And majority of the teams are already inside. I won't say the same for Sin, but you tend to notice in this particular matchup, the teams are basically farming off elimination points from the outskirts to get all the way in. And we could also understand why, because when we look into the central area, there's a lot of flat grounds as compared to what Myanmar offers naturally. A lot of terrain advantage. And therefore, you look at FOD, they're doing exactly that. And Feek, he's a mad lad. He's going forward into the smoke. It says, I want to challenge. I want to drop nades. But FOD, they got nades of their own.
Not the nade, straight to the face. FOD putting up a fight 1-for-1, nade for nade. I think this is very, very fair. But BG dominating right now is not something, not part of the storyline I was expecting, at least for today. But look at the damage. Feek is going to push up forward. He eats up the damage, wants to give some space to his teammates. But honestly, this is working out so well for them. They take them out. They get a reset as well. BG comes forward. Is BG going to just pick up these kills as well? They barely had any time to reset.
Both Titan teams who have farmed the most amount of points will now challenge each other. 11 eliminations already in the bag for Sin, and they are going in for more. MH Edward going hand in hand. A 2-2 split going on for the entirety of Burmese goals, and the grenades are currently being cooked. They're looking for Amura as well as May. Then this is where damage done. Edward first one to fall, and now that leaves MH all alone. How long can they hold this out for? Feek goes in for a challenge of 1-for-1 trade. MH is low. Laju comes in to run him over as well. Amura as well as May W to see if they could break it all the way back. 3 versus 2, and they equalize in terms of numbers as well. And MayW still holds on. Moy charging forward. There's so little room left. BG, can they get it? Lanju now with the flank as well. This could be it. They are sealing their fate, but they're looking to run off of this terrain. MayW still has it in the back. Last man standing. And these two Titans are not giving up without a fight. MayW will have to tap out. He's going to run for it on that buggy. Taps being far from the side of Enigma as well. And MayW still surviving. How on earth are they doing this? And now you see them rise. They will eventually be left with one member piece.
Oh man, Smile picked a fight that he cannot fight. Trying to pick a fight with Astro. Unaware the other member of Austria is holding on to the northern side of Torre Al Humada. This is a great situation for them. Gives them the extra points. But look at this free prime real estate coming through here. It's like as though they're just trying to play neighbors at this point. Power with 2 different compounds, Enigma with 2 different compounds. But honestly, the amount of space from APG, FV as well, anyone passing through here is going to be huge. And the circle is still prioritizing the town, at least for that particular side. And that's great for them.
That's right. Wow. There's just more and more great offerings here inside Myanmar. Raul gets that pick off over onto Ate, and this is where Anchor PUBG, they try to retaliate, sending more members in. Ranger now has to deal with Shroud all alone, whereas Anchor PUBG, they're still pretty far away. They are still opting to take the far end of the southwest, and this is where Ranger brings a double elimination point back towards the hands of FV.
Oh, the sprays come through. The kid now in trouble. Chewy has been on a massive rampage since last game. Really stepping it up. Shots been very, very precise. And Shroud, I don't think he'll be shouting in this particular round. Playing inside of smoke, giving as much information as he can. But for FVE, I think they're going to have to be happy with at least that 1 kill from APG. Because the rest have already moved out of the way. They try to find more kills, but how are they going to do that when the other members of APG have already moved on? They're like, Shroud, I'm so sorry. You may be the Shroud of Angkor, but sometimes Shroud gotta shout. We gotta move on, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the middle of mist, just in his habitat, and eventually will be seeked out. The rest of Anchor PUBG will have their attention being drawn because they notice, hey, Shroud is still alive for such a long time. And, yeah, FV.
No one's coming back for you, man.
FV's just gonna let him bleed till the last drop finishes. Savages, right? Like,
just like you, bro. What are you talking about?
I mean, there's just a lot of vultures in this matchup. Finally, Shroud goes down to Chewy. And now we're also seeing some long-range trades coming in. Astia starting to lose their members here. Enigma coming in with caps to also tap onto Sin. And I believe that to be one of their final few members out there. And therefore, their run will still continue on. It looks like Freak is still alive. So, Sin, so long as they secure a top 5, I believe they might have actually walked away with the most points. Look at that staggering number of 14 elimination. Still absurd. And then you take a look. I think Enigma has been relatively quiet to the night where they started strong and they got 9.
I don't know if you noticed, but Marco has been taking up so much damage as he rotates. He heals, he takes up more damage. He heals, he takes up more damage. And I'm really curious to see how much damage that man has soaked up in this particular matchup. Regardless, for Asha, they've had really good trades. Like, they had a drop and then they have a pickup. They have a drop and a pickup. At least 2 or 3 trades in between as well. So we can safely name Astro the bait for Asha. Now, coming back to Sin, I think this is one of their best rounds in particular. Look at how many points, how many kills they have. 14. This team has been absolutely insane. But you know who else is insane? It's going to be Otia with aggression. Finds Moxie. And the rest, cut the noise just to get some information.
Ranger just drawing in close. Moxie is already down. They couldn't really get much of that without picking up this fight. So if they want Moxie to survive, they really have to full commit into this certain area where you have a triangular formation brought out. Marco's being pinned out, so at least this is going well for the team. And Effie, they're playing by the edges. Eventually, we'll have to come back within 40 seconds or so. Ranger now here's that information. The sound cue's going through. The grenades will fall upon them. And Tiak, next one to fall. SKR, they're slowly being torn apart. And Ranger, this is his golden moment to strike.
Ranger's still waiting. just the lack of information coming through is the problem here. And at the same time, he's also aware that the ones that are gatekeeping from the northern side is Asha. They've been really good with those long-range fights, and he doesn't want to bring all that attention to himself. Regardless, Ranger for 2. Golden moment claimed. And he's just going to move away with Chewy into the circle. No one to fight anymore. And they are aware that SKR is close by. And Sin eliminated 8th place.
Wow.
Honestly, that's a lot of points they have in their pockets.
And Enigma, I mean, they're drawing even more QB5s. Another member of the side of Flash Vision. I wonder who's left on FV because we don't even see him on this screen right now. He's only on the mini-map. Ranger trying to crawl in for a little bit more of a helping hand. And Freak, he is still alive. Look at them go. Promise goals, they're not done just yet. And eventually, Sin finds the final pin onto this haystack. And Sin
GG,
still
place.
survives with 3, actually. This could be their biggest game thus far.
Oh, that's huge. But Enigma as well with 12 kills in their pocket. These two teams are very aggressive. And we can see that because of their movements, their rotation, they are actively looking for kills. And everyone's just passing by Enigma's terrain. Raul opening it up. It's going to be a member of SKR taking out 6th place for them as we meet the final 5. Enigma still healthy with 4, but the rest also all good for 3 except for FVE. Maybe we can see a different situation here.
Now, pressure is on to the side of Sin as the circle is now drawing to a close. We will have to see how this hard shift will actually affect all the rest of the team. Astia, they might actually favor their current position eventually if it does stretch up towards the north point. So with the update coming in within 10 seconds, we'll see where or not will it actually pressure anybody within the city because it's going to be so difficult to leave the compounds for the time being while Astia tried to draw it really closely, and they have correctly predicted it to also cover the outskirts. And now, everybody inside the city will have to make their way, and Enigma will face a little bit of pressure coming in from the township, whereas Raul, final member of the side of FV, now pulls it back into a top 5 situation.
Wap. Dangerously in the front line, so very low, but trusting his teammates to have his back. He hits another nade. One more sneeze and he is gonna go down. There we go. There's the nade that we just talked about. He's in trouble. Regardless, look at Enigma. They haven't moved at all. They have full control of their area, but what they've been doing is just crossfire and picking up those kills. That's why we're hearing those sounds of guns coming through, because they're just trying to shoot, the pre-aim, the pre-firing, just trying to make sure that no one pushes up.
Exactly so. Asya could just basically wait out for every single battle to conclude while they just see whoever comes out into the open terrains will eventually be punished by their respective teammates. And now Moy slowly bows out to the play zone, and Freak, he couldn't really survive. He couldn't cut outside, and that's where Sin will have to eventually bow out without contesting for the final zone.
15 eliminations. That is insane, honestly. But you know what else is insane? Enigma as well. The amount of kills they have in their pocket, 12 or 13 at this point, I'm not too sure. But with 4 people still very much alive, they have had one of the best discipline in this particular round, as Wako is going to be opening it up. Raul and Osha is the one to grab that chicken dinner. Okay, I think it just has been a technical difficulty. We do hear the sounds coming through, but not too sure what's happening here, because I am pretty sure that Enigma has this in the bag.
Yeah, and of course we'll just have to wait it all out, but for the time being, of course, the action will continue on. Don't worry about what you see on the screen, as we are currently looking at this current situation where the rest of Enigma, they will have to carry on with that onslaught, whereas they have 3 members in terms of advantage, Skynet as well as Astro left for the final fight. And I just really want to see how this one turns out. Enigma, they could still go in for the save. Caps now trying to go in for the rescue. And Ojez currently lying in wait. So I'm not too certain as to how exactly will they execute this plan against Enigma with a full squad. And they have not only strength in numbers, if they close out the round, I believe they should be able to overtake Asha because they have so many elimination points this time. So without further ado, let's get this final fight started.
Cut of a noise one more time. Circle, no one really has the middle side because it's an elevated position in the middle side. Astro with the big flanks here. gonna take out the other side just to see if anyone is gonna be repositioning themselves. So they have a good cross coming through. Now, for Enigma, I think they only know where one player is. They don't know where the other one. So I think Astro, he can just technically be the bait. As the sprays come out, Astro is eating up so much damage from the nade, from the molly as well. But he hasn't moved a single inch. Care package looted, but here comes the sprays. Yubi nearly goes down by Astro as well. He knocks one out. Spooky goes down. This is going skewed in Asha's situation. 1 versus 2. Can he do it? Asha still makes it in the end. What a turn of events.
Asha Esports, they have been so calm and collected. They played on the outskirts with only 2 members, and they overwhelmed the entirety of Enigma, despite them having the most explosive run inside of Myanmar. And then early on, I was just talking about that current position that they were holding to be on the outskirts. It will be problematic for Enigma to deal with whatever's inside the city, as they took too much of a time to even get outskirts. And it really feels like, even with 2 members left, Asha was confident enough to even suppress them. Even though the idea was correct coming in from Enigma with those push, I felt like they ran out a little bit too far wide open, and that allowed a little bit more room to have Asha punish them for it. And that's it. Of course, beautiful winner chicken dinner in the back for Asha Esports.
You really gotta commend Asha for that proactive play. Having Astro taking up that space and having all of the information onto him while not allowing his teammates' area to be revealed gave them so much value, because immediately we saw that tunnel vision coming through from Enigma. We know in that situation everyone's so hyper vigilant, and those are mind games already in the end. So they got the isolation, they got the first pick, and then suddenly from 3 players to only 1, and it's a 1v2. How on earth are you gonna beat that? We really gotta give it to Asha. Oh my god.
Exactly.
Insane.
And of course, the Cambodian superstars of Asha have finally done it here on day 2, where we see so many trials being set upon them back in day 1, where they came pretty close in certain matches, and finally they have been able to find their own formula without being all too flashy in return. The way that they've handled the fight was just pixel perfect, right? Whereas we look at Skynin, he is always the player that you can always rely on to clutch situations as such. So with this win in the back, I really wonder, is Skynin's gonna be the MVP? And it's gonna be Astro.
I don't blame him. He's just been so proactive in taking up space. He took up so much damage. I was just literally asking you, like, he's taking up so much damage earlier, but it doesn't seem like it was a lot. He gets maybe like a little bit of a tag as he repositions, and he's always been so proactive in taking up that space. And I think because Asha is just so confident in how they play, in how they take up space, in how they actually work together, they're okay with playing so separated. It happens all the time. Remember, I was asking you, why are they so separated? Why are they not playing together as what we can expect for Enigma? But the idea is, if we play separated, it's fine. It's just so long that we have that crossfire coming through. But let's have a look at the teams to watch eventually later. We'll talk about that later. But let's talk a little bit about the performances of the teams in general just now, because we are seeing BG with about, I think, 17 kills. We were seeing Enigma with 12 in the pocket. So even though Enigma didn't get the chicken dinner, perhaps they can still get the top side.
That's right, and of course we see so many huge performances, right? Like, other than Asha, Enigma, we absolutely forgot about those epic battle between Sin as well as Burby's goals. Like, that felt like the battle of the centuries. Like, you know, like when you're watching anime and there's this grand battle between, you know, the protagonist as well as the villain to eventually settle the scores, and after they finish, you think that was the final battle, and then the real big boss arrives, right? And I felt like it was a situation where we thought Sin could have actually been the one running for that chicken dinner, and eventually they got into a position where they got depleted, and then Enigma says, I have the high ground. And when they have the high ground, look at who's on the outside. Like, it's like, do not contest me. Like, this is where, you know, sometimes when you're playing on the outskirts, this is where they just go in with a huge outplay. And I would say, like, I like how this episode ended No, it ain't no
Oh,
Star
yeah.
Wars.
It felt like a big plot twist because we're starting to see this big power spike from the teams that were not performing before. And honestly, Sin and BG were insane. I felt like BG were overheating at one point because they barely got the reset and they were already quite greedy. And I think this also comes from that mindset that, oh, we're already so far behind, but we're doing so well. Let's just take this fight. But they didn't take into account that they were depleted in terms of resources. They were depleted in terms of their armor. So that's why they didn't really have that situation where they're able to get the proper fight in their hands. Regardless, it does show the potential is there for a lot of these players, and at the same time, it felt like for a moment there we had all eyes on one team, and then another team will just be stealing that show over and over again, and this is why it makes it so fun at the same time. But the tempo today is definitely a lot slower than yesterday as teams start to understand each player and how teams work, and I'm really liking this change of pace, honestly.
Exactly, and like when we have seen so many of all these instances, I believe these highlights will be worth the watch, because when we saw how it all began for Enigma, they went in for a massive cleanup against Falcon Esports, and then there's just no stopping. This was one of the high performances coming from Sin, where they got outnumbered initially, and then they just sent more and more troops to the battleground, and then the rest of these parties coming in from Lore and Viper were overwhelmed, and Sin went on and on and on until they start to lose members, and same goes to Burmese Goals. They start to hold back. It was going down to that 1 versus 1, and also thanks to Power, they have also draw a lot of attention from Enigma, which is why Asya had a lot of time to actually go in for that preparation for the final battle.
I think it's also really important to think about the mindset coming through here. When you talk about mindset, teams like BG, teams like Sin, who are not really on the top side of the ladder, play with this nothing to lose attitude. And sometimes these teams are the ones that you guys should be scared of. It's kind of like a go big, go home moment, because end of the day, we're coming toward the end of the week already, and they're like, okay, week number 1, we're not doing so well. If we keep going in the same pace, we might not get that bonus. We might not get the placement bonus that will snowball us eventually. So I think it's just time to close our brains and play out of our minds. Stop overthinking our plays. Play aggressive like we usually do. Sometimes I was talking to some players before, and they're like, when we overthink about strategies, we tend to overcommit. We tend to hesitate. But when we close our brains and we play, okay, that's fine. Let's just play like a normal ranked game on a normal day. It changes their minds on how they want to play. It puts you in a perspective where, okay, I want to play aggressive, but do I have someone watching my back? I do. Okay, let's go crazy.
Yeah, I love that perspective that you were mentioning of, because like sometimes certain teams, they give too much respect to all these teams. Oh my god, we're fighting against Yangon Galacticos. Does that tell you that you're bound to lose? No, you come here to win. So you got to prove that you are here to prove that you are the best team, right? So that mindset to treat this like any other classic lobby would possibly be the best mindset possible, but you do not underestimate certain teams, because like they could always pull off some really huge stunts any given moment. So with that in mind, of course, now we start to see so many of all these teams really rise up to the challenge. I'm sure that on the very final match, it will definitely be something of a stunner.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the rankings, where 23 points finally breaking that curse we had from 22. 17 eliminations still puts Enigma at the very top. Now, when you think about BG, wow, they're no longer on the second half of the page. They've shot up all the way to the top. I didn't get to see how many kills they have, but honestly, their performance has out of their minds, and it put YG all the way. Sorry, this is the first page, my bad. So Austria going up to the first place, and they took over so much space already. But look at where BG is. 7 points and 12 eliminations still put at the very bottom, but the disparity wasn't as huge as before, because earlier I think they started the day with like 3 points, 4 points.
Yeah.
And this means they're slowly catching up.
And so long as they can keep on putting these type of numbers, and we love what we were seeing, right? Just give one whole day a shot at that tempo, you will see them on the first page itself. Or at least the middle of the pack where Falcon is currently at. Even Falcon, who have received that chicken dinner earlier today, they're still trying to find that sweet spot where they could possibly get themselves into that momentum. Anchor PUBG haven't really seen the light of day. And then the biggest search on the second pager, Sin. with an absurd 17-pointer or 18-pointer the last I recall in that particular match. Now, they are being the biggest contenders heading into all these other rounds. Of course, we only have one more map to play out for today, and this is where we'll have to see what will come out as a result heading into this matchup.
No Group B, no Power, SKR, no Austria, no VPRS. I think like Group B is also a group that you guys should really be paying attention to because Power, high impact team.
Wake up. Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
and you're currently watching the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Once again, it is Contra as well as Tash Bunny here to be your casters for our final game of the night. And wow, that Myanmar round, absolutely explosive, Tash.
Yeah, honestly, it's plot twist on plot twist that we've seen on the last 2 days, where we thought strength in numbers would be the key to success, but no. Honestly, it's tenacity, it is strategy, and the ability to outwit your opponents, and that's exactly what Asha gave us today. We saw sparks of it on day one, but I didn't think it would go all the way to this extent today. And of course, the rise of the lower ladder players, BG coming in hot with 12 eliminations, Enigma with I think 17, I believe. That was absolutely insane. So despite the fact that Asha came up on top, it was Enigma with the first place end.
That's right. And of course, before we get ourselves ready for our final battle, you could also get yourself pretty much decked out in terms of cosmetics with the Neon Assassin's Power. The new Power 4 series is currently available in your PUBG mobile client. If you haven't updated your game, you haven't played for a long time, I hope this entices you to basically be a little bit more flashy in your playstyle and also be flashy in what you wear.
Wow, flashy what you wear.
In terms of neon colors, okay?
Yeah, it's really flashy. I think that I really like this bundle. I think this is a really cool bundle, especially the pink one at the end there. My favorite color has always been pink. So this can work. But honestly, if you not like it to be pretty, you can mix and match. But you know what? You don't need a mix and match. This Silver Guru set, new ultimate set available right now, which I think is hella cool. I like the whole beading going on there at the neck. I think it's very cool when you go in the game. There's the particle effects. It's how flashy it is and how much attention you can just be like, yeah, look at me. I am the coolest person in this entire server. And then you got a chicken dinner, right? And then everyone sees your chicken dinner screen and you're like, yeah, that's me, guys.
Exactly.
Look at how much awesome I am.
Yeah, you really want to flex that skin in particular as well, because that is something that you don't see every day. The thing doesn't just wrap around the neck, it's all over that weaponry, so it's absolutely cool. If that doesn't entice you, you know, you love to grind your games, you love to play along with your friends, and you just have so many of all these things that you want to look forward to. Subscribe to the brand new Royale Pass Season 19. It's available in store, and you could possibly get so much rewards by just playing PUBG Mobile day in and day out. So you don't have to worry about, you know, what to wear for tomorrow's wardrobe in the game.
Ooh, I think that is so cool that you get so many things from this. But my favorite thing is the Evil Glare ornament. Look at how cute it is. It's like an eyeball with little octopus legs. And we just saw this trailer earlier, Bruce Lee x PUBG Mobile. I think that the trailer is super dope. I like the performance at PMGC, and at the same time, you get so like your favorite characters get a little what is that word? Up what?
Up.
You know what? They look cool.
Atas.
Okay, they look hella cool. Yeah, they look very atas. If the word is Malay, atas means up. But anyways, follow us on all our social media: Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, and even yeah, that's it. But yeah, follow us. We have some really cool content on there. We have all of our VODs up there as well. If you want to do VOD reviews as a player, if you want to learn from the best, this is where you're gonna go. VOD reviews. I think the VOD reviews are just so underrated. We don't talk about
Yeah, I would say that VOD reviews are so important for teams to actually get better in their own gameplay as well. And therefore, you will always want to improve whatever is missing from your team. And also, I would like to also inform teams that currently, for our final game, B will be sitting out in this particular matchup inside Myanmar. Therefore, we won't be seeing teams such as Austria Esports who have won that chicken dinner. And of course, we're about to get ourselves ready into the game. Before we get ourselves into that, of course, there is a final prediction. I know you talk about Curse, but this time, well, let's really dive down to it, because I saw Enigma on what they have offered. I saw West Point Mamba trying to fight off against an on-form Sin. I think like they stand a really good chance. So what say you?
Game Lab didn't have a good run in the previous round, so I think that this will be their redemption match to catch up in terms of points, and we all talked about going out to the lobby without points, so they're gonna try and make up for that. Yellow Galacticos as well didn't manage to do very well, and KE, so I think this will be like, as the final match of the day, I think like a lot of teams will be playing out of their minds, they'll be playing at a different bracing, they'll be playing at a different way, and I'm really hoping that everyone takes this momentum or the way that Sin, Asha, as well as BG has been playing, sort of like just turning off your brain sometimes, not being too, I would say, too rigid. And I think that Enigma, while they are great, that rigidness is kind of like what cost them sometimes.
Yeah, and also I won't fault them for that because they were basically committing to how many battles from start all the way to finish, and there was still a challenge coming from Power that did secure a top 3 finish. I think it was really respectable of what they did, and they have secured the most amount of points in that particular round for Enigma. So, therefore, sometimes maybe you don't just have to play for a chicken dinner, you just want to ensure they walk away with the most points. And speaking of which, let's see which team will succeed in the final round.
Myanmar has been extremely hot today, honestly. And I think that as I thought that Erangel was great, we went into Miramar, we saw what happened just now. I want to say it's because of a rare circle, not really. I want to say it's because of rare rotations, not really. It's literally just the players being able to just adapt to so many different situations and learning on the fly. Speaking of flight path, southern side of Miramar all the way up to Trailer Park. Now, Torre Homada, Campo Militar, Tierra, Bronca, Cristobal, there'll be a problem here. But not really a problem for the rest of the places. But if you do want to hit that side though, you see so many of these areas that you have to cross into. I wouldn't be surprised to see early skirmishes. We see that every single round. But it's going to be seeing, I mean, like getting those early weaponry and getting those early vehicles is going to be the priority for these teams before they move on to different areas for those loots. And speaking of loots and rotations, I think that two teams have been actively searching out for kills, have been BG and Sin. And I don't think they're going to be stopping this particular match as well.
Exactly. I believe that whatever momentum they had in that past round of Miramar, they will try to emulate it once again. And therefore, looking into this current state of the game, I'm pretty sure that the teams that, have suffered a little bit of beating, not being able to play out the game from early on, will see a little bit more improvement, especially when Asya is not playing in this round. So it leaves that chicken dinner for another victor to come into the picture. So, with that in mind, there will be a switch of what will be offered as this battleground will be focused onto Chumashera and the whereabouts across the region.
If BG continues the momentum, H2O Axis PBE will be in trouble. And speaking of trouble, Sonic in trouble. Look at how much damage is out. Yeets in the face one more time. Andrew showing himself why he's the scariest member of Falcon. And first blood already drawn.
Exactly so. Whereas Los Leones tends to be the early game playground for many of all these teams to try to see if they could basically rain on their other team's parade for most part. Once you do deter a team very early on to only have maybe 2 members left inside Myanmar, it's kind of like you've confirmed them to settle in for a position that's less than top 5 for most part, because when you do have a numbers advantage inside Miramar, you get to control more regions across the terrain. And sure, maybe there was certain miraculous plays that was being pulled off on global rounds. They can opt to do so, but it will be one of the most arduous and difficult feat for anybody to pull off.
If you saw just now, BG and H2O were side by side, and part of me was just like, yeah, get them, BG. Take their spot. It's not favoritism or anything, but it's just honestly very fun to see the ones at the lower rung climb up, right? Regardless, it's a very, very different start this time. Like, yeah, we saw that first blood, but it's not as aggressive as the previous rounds. It's not as aggressive as seeing someone just actually hit someone's area and straight up go for those early skirmishes. I think the idea or the pressure that this is the last match of the day might be kind of like showing everyone that what's at stake here as we go toward Friday. And on top of that, the difference in seeing all the bottom teams actually go aggressive as well is kind of deterring some of the players that do like to play aggressive from kind of over-aggressing, from overheating.
That's right. And for now, at least, like they get to have a little bit more of a calm moment in the early stages of the game.
So quiet.
Yeah, I mean, it's stage one,
so peaceful.
shrinking for the time being, and
Wait, hang on, Contra.
look at
Let's-
Flash
let's-
Vision.
let's-
They got the paradise for
enjoy.
themselves.
I was gonna say let's enjoy the silence because we didn't have that in the last 5 matches since yesterday.
Well, don't worry about that. I believe that we'll be going on the break for tomorrow because Choo Choo as well as Sir Cloud, they'll be coming on board.
Oh man,
where-
I miss them.
Yeah, I miss them too. I wish that we all get to hang out inside the studio. Whereas, of course, we'll eventually get that opportunity, or shall I say, eventually we'll be casting with Choo Choo as well. So you'll get your moment eventually. Now, back.
miss you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go on.
Speaking of that, missing each other, shots not hitting anyone here as hang on to aggression. Playing in the front line. We love his jump shots here, but it's gonna be Zen that opens up. Chi-Chi going down. Amir as well. Axis haven't been able to find their footing today. Gonna have to abandon their 2 teammates in this situation.
Yeah.
It's just 2 already. Unfortunate situation. Enigma on the other side. Caps eat up a lot of damage as well. I believe that's from Hang. Ouch.
I'm just really surprised that this highway setup has already been established by Enigma as well. And TX, they were ever ready. They saw this vehicle from a distance, and you see both Hang as well as Zen prepare themselves, especially Hang with that DBS, just unleashing them the moment that they have docked upon those broken walls. Now Koopa tries to find his opening as well, marches forward alongside with his vehicle, brings out the AK in hand. So a fair 2 versus 2, but looking at the minimap, I'm also having a glimpse of both TX members as well as some of the players coming in from another angle, which is going to be QB on top of the hills for Enigma.
Interesting situation as Enigma will be just allowing that space to TX instead of taking them. Because I think that because Caps took so much damage and they didn't have time to properly loot up, they're not able to take this aggressive fight. Spooky in the back line. We've seen Spooky make those really big plays as well. He's not afraid to. I think he's like honestly the flanker. Comes in the backside. QB will always be the one that goes straight up in your face. I'm really liking how they play here. How they have everyone knows their roles. Shots are out, but honestly, they don't care.
Yeah.
They'd rather just go up to the top side here, just like, it's fine. My car is technically a tank, and shoot all you want.
That's right. They just convoy their way into a decent terrain to play off from. Because once we last saw the circle appearing, it was across that Chumachera region as well. And it does cover a little bit more grounds onto Monte Nivo. Meaning to say, the teams will have to lean onto the left side of the map. And they're still within the crossroads, I would say, not too far away. But you don't want to extend that fight. And then, by the time you finish up, you will have other teams that's going to be booking a spot throughout the valleys. And when you're playing across Chumachera as well as Ladriela, you also have to keep in mind, there's only so little hills that you can secure. Meaning to say, whoever who gets first dibs onto those regions, they will have that upper hand. And they're definitely keeping that into consideration. And speaking of which, it's Game Labs versus Yangon Galacticos very early on. I don't expect much out of these early exchanges as well. Like, there you can only get a glimpse of somebody. Even if you get a knock, you only deter them from having a lasting helmet or perhaps some vest to work with. Therefore, the rest of these teams, they don't really want to fully commit as well into those long-range exchanges because you're drying out your resources in such an early stage of the match.
X still trying to catch up, still trying to go at aggression, but Andrew once again, name on the screen. He loves
Attention?
that attention. Oh wow, we're vibing right now. It's
Yeah.
like a vibing. Aaron is as well. Shots come out. Zen in trouble. Zen knocked out at the same time. Only 2 left. Actually, yes, only Aaron left. In this situation, Aaron, what are you gonna do? All alone and now pinched from the other side from Enigma. He can be the in Malay called batu api, where
a
you
fire
kind of like
stone?
a fire starter rather. Like you sort of hope that Enigma will take up another team because there is another team at the bottom side, but I think that Enigma is a little bit too smart for that. coming in,
Oh,
gonna
boy.
pincer him from the other side. All he's doing is just probably yelling for his life, heart beating in his throat.
Oh, I think they
You can
might.
see the footsteps. Oh, they don't know he's there.
And they're just checking every single corner except for the
pre-firing too.
current area that Aaron is currently holding out. So he's not going to have that many spots. And they're just playing a little bit of a guessing game here. Koopa might have actually seen it from the third person's perspective. And now they do draw blood. And Aaron, he brings one to the ground. But QB is looking from above.
Oh man, QB is just like, sorry friend, you gotta go, you know? It happens. But coming back to the game here properly, it's gonna be Michi fighting Chewy as well. For FVE, well, they had a good run, but it's usually very dependent on whether or not they survive early. And in this situation, these early pickups might not just work out in their favor, as WPM on a rampage. Moxie goes down, FCON as well for Enigma. I think Enigma, they want to take this fight. They want to be able to get on the top side here, 54 to 70. If they actually hit above 20 points, they'll be able to overtake Yango Galacticos, given the fact that Yango Galacticos go out early.
And now, just having some long-range trade-outs here. Just look at this interesting spread coming from Enigma, right? It's an absolute Bermuda Triangle sector that they are getting this coverage from. And after hunting out the members of TX, they have just this entire section for themselves, looking upon their victims, perhaps, covering themselves within that longhouse of a compound that they're holding out for. So now let's take a wide view of the beauty of Arangel. And of course, no signs of water. And I'm pretty much thirsty to see which team would actually draw the first blood of their own respective team. As for Falcon, they've already got 2. So I want to see teams who have not secured much, such as game laps in certain prior rounds, to be able to step up to the plate once again. Axis Fighter, I think, like, for most part, we see them going into Pachinki a whole lot more. And I wonder what happened to Moxie right now. Looks like he's eliminated, but from what?
He probably was left to bleed, honestly. If you remember correctly, he was actually knocked down by a member of WPM. This is a very interesting situation because it's such a different pace than yesterday's match and even today's match, honestly, because yeah, it was very slow paced, but we're still seeing skirmishes throughout. But this time around, though, it's very, very slow. It's actually reminding me of the professional league where the bigger teams play. This is the usual pacing that I usually see when I'm casting. But I think it's more of because on day 1, you don't really understand what you're up against, so you go aggressive. You try and get information as you can. On day 2, you start understanding the rotations, understanding these pit stops. Those VOD reviews help, as we talked about earlier, coming in clutch, and you say, okay, we can play a little bit slow. We can already sort of predict that this team is going to be coming here. Which team should we want to stock to get those kills? Which teams do we think is going to give us a little bit of trouble? Okay, we're going to try and avoid them as much as we can.
Yeah.
So knowing this really, really helps you in terms of how you want to take up space.
And I would like to put up an analogy where, you know, a league of its own like this is just like a body workout, right? But before I even get to that, there is going to be a full commitment coming from the side of Genesis Esports as they swarm through the building where Axis Fighter is currently at. Baby's left alone in the building. Nasty's going to cover from the back. So I don't see this as advantageous for the time being, where they have 3 members going directly inbound. Where exactly is the rest of Axis Fighter? Well, they only have 2 members, of course. So they try to hold this one out, and you have Master Chi looking upon, and they manage to hold one back at the very least. It will eventually be a trade if there is more commitment coming from Nasty, but they've quickly repositioned. Great discipline out of Genesis Esports. They claim 1.
Baby's always good with the initial pick, the initial first contact. Does get 1, but look at the cross coming up from GE. He just jumped down at any situation. Nasty repositioning himself, and he is just running away, but eventually just meets into one of the players there. 0 eliminations, 15th place for Axis.
Wow.
He did not see them show up at all today, and honestly, that power spike yesterday, I was really hoping it would really show.
Exactly. And now we might actually expect another big fight to happen around this police station where Enigma, they're slowly being picked off by Anchor PUBG from a third party's perspective. So far away! That's about what? 250 meters? And Enigma being pinned off of this current compound, Yangon Galacticos is looking to be up close and personal, but they are not pressing on the engagement because they also understand if they overpeak, there's a chance that Anchor PUBG could also punish them if they could punish Enigma.
APG, I think today they haven't had a chance to show up yet, and honestly, a big slide in their points. It's just really putting pressure onto them to really perform. We just talked about performance. Marnay once again stepping up. Great first pick for them, but as Shroud wants to join in that fight, you can see the shots coming in toward his way as well. Enigma in trouble. YG denying Enigma any entry into the zone. QB knocked down here as Loki repositions behind his teammates. The spray and pray comes through, and the only thing Enigma can do is just pray for safety. And in this situation, what can they do? 3 eliminations in their pocket, not the worst way to go, but for Enigma, a team that's always survived at least to the top, I don't know, maybe top 8, this is not where they want to be.
Yeah, and then like going back to performance, right? Like sometimes you just really gotta treat it like a body workout where you just gotta change on different muscle groups per day. And I feel like they were flexing their biceps for too long for the past couple of matches.
Yeah.
And, you know, they went into this terrain with 2 powerhouse teams and they got overwhelmed. Literally what you asked earlier, what can they do? Absolutely nothing, because you gotta take a break from there once you're already done with all that's left. So I'm just really sad. You talk about the caster prediction curse. I think I just jinxed them because I voted for Enigma this time around. I didn't expect them to go out so early on 14th. Now another commitment comes in from Burmese goals, and these are the 2 teams that did shine in the previous round. WPM, sure, they faced off against Sin and eventually have majority of them depleted. Now looking for that redemption arc back in the final round of the night. Whereas GE, I think this is the team that knows how to rationalize which day for which workout. So is this going to be finally the next day to end the night?
Oh man. Honestly, I'm really excited to see GameLab and GE really duke it out. We see aggression from both teams. It's very similar in terms of their gameplay and game style. But for GE, it's always with that aggressive first area, and then West to come just in clutch to just clean up the house. It's very different than what we expect from GameLab, where it's Dragon with aggressive picks, takes out 2 or 3, and then they push up together. Regardless, YG this time, 1 knock, not going to deter them. I'm curious to see. I missed out on who actually knocked him out of the way there. But no movement yet, as the noise is set off by GameLab, but with FVE not responding or giving information, yes, they can try and bait out as much as they want, but when no one wants to tangle with you, you are gonna have to be proactive. Either you want to be proactive or you want to be as just holding onto your area, just waiting for someone to hit you.
True enough, so GameLab's just having a little bit more of an ace in the hole when it comes down to long-range battles, whereas, of course, they have to look out for themselves. One member being knocked, they will have to also rationalize some of their resources. H2O now have to play a lot more passive than what they used to, because so far their rotations have always been cut off. Whereas when they do get the chance to commit to a fight, they do see signs of brilliance. And this time around, even though they turtle in, they do find themselves a pick. We do looking for the first one of the team. Whereas Burmese goals, whoa my goodness, how far is that range of a shot? These guys, they really come in with surprises.
Sometimes you don't really expect it from teams that are quiet a little bit early. I mean, we talked about how fast a team can heat up. I think BG takes a little while, but once they do, they're almost unstoppable. They're always on Swarm. Now, if you see where the map is going here, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top side there, most of them are really big teams that have performed. It's gonna be really crazy. It's a 4-way fight all around with FVE and FOD as well as FC are being like the gatekeepers in this situation.
Indeed, they are. And speaking of FOD, they currently hold the biggest advantage in terms of that circle movement, where they're directly primed into the center stage. I guess like they would appreciate a little bit of attention because nobody's gonna be around them for the time being. And once they do, this is a team that does look forward to lock onto the same respective team that goes in dueling against them. And most often than not, we do see them usually going with successive first hits at the very least. Now, KE rises up the top, finds an opening, and the rest of G-Lab, they're getting pincered by the rest of Genesis Esports as they're being piled upon, and the B line is now set into place. Ichi being the line of defense on the back end. Scotty holding on to the grenade as well. Dragon needing a little time to get back up, and the grenades are flying in.
Here comes West with the cleanup. We love the aggression coming through here. Cooks up that nade. Is it gonna hit? No, yes it does. Three smiles nade hits up Scotty. West does with the spray in. Cleans up Dragon. Scotty as well. Beautiful spray as well coming in from West 992. Now more shots coming in from the other side. We have another team wants to join in on the party. West barely surviving with his life, but GE with 5 eliminations in the bag. The aggression is looking so good for them at Game Lab with 12th place. Such a heartbreak.
Yeah, quite a rough way to go as well. I mean, for Game Labs, they have looked phenomenal in the early parts of the day, and, you know, it doesn't seem like they have enough of that stamina, and they were also being pit against so many different shots from angles, and oh my goodness, Bushon somehow survives, and is trying to get himself wrapped up right now. The rest of KE really has to find a way back into this match, but with this huge reset, it gives Sin a lot of opportunity to actually strike upon them, but it looks like they do run off of majority of their grenades. Holanji from the back. The angles of the flank will not be covered by the rest of the members, and he will fall, leaving only 3 members behind for the time being. And thankfully, Lanju finds a little bit of crease to hide upon.
This is actually great for KE. Allows them to get the reset, allows them to reposition, but Pop has his eyes on Master G. Moving away here, does spot him out. It takes a large chunk of damage. Boyshon as well, playing on the side of the terrain, playing in the cover. After Smile goes down, but Holy Lanju goes down to PBE rank it. Now, PBE, we haven't seen the pop-up from them yet. Maybe this might be that moment that they actually need a Sin sandwich between KE as well as PBE. Nades come out, reposition. No damage out just yet as Monboy walks up. He is not scared. He's dry peeking this. He wants to take that damage. Nades come out. Wow, that's a lot. That's a really high one. I actually nearly takes him out.
Yeah, just look at huge commitments coming in from the North Point onwards, but everybody in the South is just chilling. YG taking their sweet time. They do have ample space to get right on track into the circle, whereas WPM, they're hugging by the edges until they close right in because they already see how the upper hit. There's not much pressure. While there is a whole lot for PBE, now marching into the top 9 position, PBE does stand a really good chance at this once again. Though, you know, a lot of all these pressure have surmounted and they still draw out blood. 5 points on the table and the Titans of Sin have fallen to their hands.
Oh man, but this is actually a great situation for everyone else as the aggression is no longer out, but PBE now. KE on the upper side with all the information, the train in their favor as Pavlov gonna go for the reposition, but PBE, like it or not, they do have to take this fight. They need to win this if they want to get into the circle. But they are playing very separated from each other. It is pretty good, but as the noise quiets down, look at these two neighbors. We love this!
Indeed. And H2O quietly to the night, they are still here, and it's just a standstill between them as well as APG. Eventually, this respect out of the territory will have to end. Everybody is just looking at this crossroad. Is the chicken gonna cross? Do I get something in return? And now, all they get is just grenades to the face and lots of bullets coming from this M249 by Shroud to be able to pin one out. Whereas Cute Loki, he knows that Anchor PUBG are fixated at another team and he's looking for an opportunity to strike from the outskirts.
Oh, here's power. As all the information he needs is YG struggling right now. He's getting naded from so many different angles. YG already lost one. Look at that. It's APG as well. They want to join in. When Yangon Galactic is out of the way, he's still a little bit of a bigger, I would say, window to be able to make it out on top. Regardless, look at how many people are on the southern side of the circle here. There's terrains to hold on to. There's a compound to hold on to. It's a little open, but if you get the right areas, it can work out in your favor. For YG, it's going to be WPM that they have to look out for. It's going to be APG as well. It's almost like a sandwich here for them. And you don't want to be sandwiched from different teams because look at how it's happening. They already lost one and they are separated 2-1 situation because Loki is watching the right side of the flank. And for the left side, sorry, the other way around. Loki on the left side, right side is Marne and Sando. If Marne and Sando come out on top, it might be a great situation, but that's not going to be happening because it's going to be FOD putting in the hurt for YG.
Yeah, and the problem for Yangon Galacticos is that even though they have those vehicles, there are teams all surrounding them and they can't really drive outwards, which is why they need to just pick their battles. Now only down to 2 members that's going to be healthy and live. Sando eventually will be revived without much of an issue, whereas H2O is actually doing a really good job zoning APG at bay, which is why you see heavy Camille on that south side. North Point fights are already settled down, so there's not much going on over north. And Falcon just keeping their tabs on, just looking upon this situation and just wait for the teams because they do have the zone in hand. And as for H2O, they're literally just holding the cutoff point. There's no area of play for Anchor PUBG. Unless if they can basically storm in together with a couple of vehicles, which I don't even see it right now. Are they hiding the vehicles in the back? I'm uncertain. If they have to walk on foot, I am not going to be putting my money on the team's survival.
Marne,
Ooh, they do.
even in a very scary situation, still pops off. I don't know what goes through that man's mind, but I want in on that. Because that is a great mindset to have, even though you're struggling, even though you're in a very high pressure situation. Again, we're seeing a situation where the noise quiets down, but it's going to be PBE that's going to be breaking that. Cute Loki goes down.
Whoa.
Was already sort of projecting that, honestly. Come on, but what? Wow. It's a fiery squad from FOD. Blows them up, but H2O now in trouble. As it's going to be... Not H2O, actually. It's actually APG that's in trouble. Chico tries to push up forward. 1 versus 1. Him versus the kid. As everyone else just going around here. Kids just trying to get those kills at the end of the day. And it's not going to be happening as Angkor 5 eliminations in the bag come out on top.
They really have to go in for some quick save because look at the zone is already closing in. They're just by the edge of it. I hope they do have enough time. Ranger all alone as well. That grenade's going to fly right in. Clips off his health bars. KE now storming their way through. Fast Vision Esports won't be able to make the cut for the top 5. And now continuing on. This is where the big boys go on a battle of WPM. Right on the lower ground. And we saw how FOD just manhandled the entirety of PBE the moment that they show up. And they're going to reinforce the same pressure upon West Point Mamba. But at the very least, they do have some smokes. They will cover some tracks. And 6th place finish will go over on the hands of Anchor PUBG. I think they have made the best out of what was at stake when they pushed upon the members of H2O. And they both bow almost at the same time.
WPM wants to take back their throne. Taking it back. But they are going to be playing the proactive game. They are going to be taking their space, but they're going to be punished for it. Mitchie not watching the right side there. They are getting hailed by bullets from FOD, KE as well. FOD in the best possible situation. They have the high ground. They have a compound in their favor as well as lots of cover. WPM, they want to make it out on top. With only 3 members around, it's going to be a little bit hard. FCOT as well from the bottom side. We've seen the last round where Enigma had all of the winning conditions, but still losing to Asha.
That's right. We have 2 Cambodian teams on top. The Khmer Rangers are now driving past forward on top of members of West Point Mamba. Looking for Migs. One-man show. Can he do it, though? And there's more to come. And that is going to be 1 grenade to settle the score straight. Easy does have to heal up, though. 7 points for the side of West Point Mambas in terms of elimination. And now, full squats up ahead. Top 3, 4v4v4. And Falcon somehow lasted so long without really showing much signs throughout the map. And now, it's playtime, baby.
Yeah, playtime. They want to play. But for Falcon, in their position, I think that they have all of the best conditions right now. High ground area, a little bit of a terrain. It's so good, but FOD as well. They need to get a reset was kind of hoping that KE will actually push up because of that. There we go. The damage comes out there. FOD is trying their best to just kind of pincer FOD from different areas. But look at the teamwork coming in from FOD. As they get the reset, they push out forward. They get the pickup. And the damage comes through.
Ooh.
The top gets dropped down. The damage comes out from the nade as well. FOD with the aggression. They were waiting for this situation to happen. They want to punish this aggression over and over again. They say, come forward and we will show you pain. And that's exactly what they did. And they moved their attention onto FCON.
And they just get every single intel that they need. All they have to do is to deplete the rest of KE. More and more grenades sent in the way. And just red health bars all across KE. There's just no time for them to even resuscitate or even heal themselves with another massive nade coming from Nayax. They will secure the kills, and KE is out of match. Now, all that's left to do is for FOD to settle scores with Falcon Esports, who have secured a chicken dinner earlier today. Will they join in the ranks of Yangon Galacticos, who have got 2 in their pockets already? 4 members strong on both ends, and there's just this difficult terrain in between where you have a little bit of dip on that lower ground, and then there is a hill to climb, and therefore they have Nanax watching up over the top side, and Joseph finds the first pick.
Joseph, huge, getting the first pick. It gives them all the advantage in the world. As Andrew, we've seen his aggression come through. Eyes are on him as Nang wants to push forward. Here we go. Shots come out, but it's a little bit hard as they are all moving out together. Joseph, he knows exactly where everyone is. All they have to do is just pincer them. They know they have advantage in numbers. Don't allow that reset to happen. That nade does not go through. He with the shots to the face, finds Andrew, sprays out, and winner, chicken dinner. Gonna go to 5 of danger as we end the night.
5 of danger definitely offers a whole lot of chaos and a whole lot of pain to all the others that were involved in Myanmar, and they secure another chicken dinner for Cambodia itself. And of course, round applause to the team, and they have been able to style on all that push upon those hills. It started off with PBE, and then you look at all the other teams that tried to march up ahead. KE didn't have a good time, and in that instance, they already know that they have all that advantage given onto them, and it's all down to their dire effort to hunt out for these numbers by the end of the round. And what a way to end the night.
859 damage to 167 damage taken. We can actually show that for FOD, the idea of staying alive is definitely the priority that they want to do. Strengthen numbers, making sure that they are healthy with enough resources to keep it forward. 3 eliminations in the bag with 36% team contribution. I can easily say that even though he is the MVP, his whole team were moving together, prioritizing which picks to go on together. I'm really liking that. If you look at how they played, they already had some picks in mind. They're like, go, go, go. One person knocked down. Let's push up. Go, go, go. Andrew's over there. Let's quickly finish him off before we go on to the next other members. And I'm really liking this isolation, not allowing these teams to play together. Look at that. Teams to watch this particular round. FOD, FCON, WPM, KE. Out of all of these 4 teams, I think FOD really caught me by surprise. Because FCON, WPM, and KE, we've seen them actually come up on top. FOD, not yet. And I think this is a great way to end the night.
Yeah, and we saw how many clips of grenades that they've actually utilized to perfection, right? They basically hauled out the rest of KE by doing so. 19 grenades being thrown throughout the course of the matchup. And this time, because this circle was upon a little bit more of a central area, majority of teams don't really have to rotate too far. But it started off with a lot of all these highway picks where TX did catch out some members of the side of Axis Fida. And I'm just really surprised Heng, he was ever ready with this DBS in hand, and at least Axis Fida no room, and GE start to also pile on those early game points. And the biggest surprise in this match is that Enigma as well as YG, they were also being pinched across those corners, and there wasn't much that they could do to last out to the final circle.
Honestly, I don't blame them, because as we talked about a central circle, speed is key, is very, very important, because when you are late to those rotations, this is exactly what's going to happen. Teams are going to be farming for kills, will be the one to be those gatekeepers. Especially if you see teams like Yangon Galacticos want to farm up those points, it's the best scenario because it's the end of the circle is actually by the side of a really high terrain. And I think that in this situation, a 4v4 ending was not something I expected at the end of the night. But at the same time, I'm very happy to see that. Regardless, here's the match rankings. FOD 24 points, and 14 eliminations playing out of our minds. We're actually seeing this double-digit kills tonight, and I'm very happy to see it.
Yeah, and just seeing so much proactivity, right, onto this matchup in particular where even West Point Mamba, they really shine bright where they've been farming a lot of elimination points. They gather up 11 until, of course, they lost to the victors of the round, FOD, by the end of it all. And we would see pressure being applied by H2O where they finally redeemed themselves after, a couple of rounds of upsets. Same goes to APG where teams are starting to feel a lot more desperate to put those points back onto the bracket, and I'm glad they've been able to do so. And now, let's take a look at the Week 1 rankings as we conclude 2 days of action. FOD with this chicken dinner. We remember talking about this team not getting any chicken dinner at all, and now they finally get their first bite, and they sit at the top.
I think this is really great for them because we talk about consistency and how they're able to just play every round very well with those eliminations. Look at how many they farmed. 50 is 5 ahead of YG, who has been more consistently in terms of placement points. Now, Austria going down, WPM going down. These are teams already with chicken dinners, but 2 of the chicken dinners are going to go to the pockets of YG and Austria. But if you look at FVE, GE, FCON, yes, they all have chicken dinners alongside the side of APG. But again, I just want to remind everyone that getting 1 chicken dinner does not help you remain at the very top of the ladder. Because at the end of the day, the collection of points is key. We've seen teams like Enigma, they didn't really get a chicken dinner in that particular round. But because they had so many eliminations, they just shoot their way to the top. Now, BG is still at the very bottom of the ladder, but the improvement we're seeing from them is honestly been so good. And at this point, it's just the more of the survivability that we haven't really seen from them yet. And if Axis doesn't buck up, they're going to be in trouble.
True enough. And now we look at consistency for a majority of the teams. And on all 4 screens, you do see at least 3 times in a row where FOD have been able to not only offer elimination points, but they are on the charts to offer damage as well. YG has always remained consistent since yesterday, but there were certain rounds that they dropped very early on. So not too much of changes heading into day 2 where we have Mix being the #1 MVP, still holding on. But when it comes down to elimination points, just take a look at Marnay. He's got 14 in the back, which is why Yagon Galacticos can still rely on him to get those numbers back.
Popov as well is also constant alongside Michi. Now, if you look at all of these players, out of the aggression coming through, I think Marnie is the most aggressive compared to all 4. If we see the first picks, if we see the first takeouts, it's always going to be Marnie compared to the rest. Meanwhile, Migs and Michi have been sort of like a mixed bag. Like they've been kind of like a tug of war in terms of making sure that they get those first picks. And I'm really liking the fact that these two know that their priority is to go aggressive, is to go forward. And I'm liking the fact that very proactive about it. WPM, they are definitely a team that, yes, they're aggressive, but at the same time, it feels like they get punished for it because they kind of tunnel vision at times. And I don't blame them because sometimes it's really hard when you play in a map like Myanmar, but there's so many terrains, so many buildings that you have to watch out for.
Exactly so. And you know what? I absolutely love this whole circuit of the SEA Wildcard in particular because, back in the past, you just have 1 weekend of contests and then you don't really get to see the best out of the team. And I believe this league really have shown us so many of all these talented superstars that have been waiting for their chance to shine, and this is that perfect platform for them. And I'm glad to see we see so many different winners for the day. We also did see repeated winners such as YG to be able to secure another win in their pocket. So the challenge is on, especially when it's down to a stamina run. You can also wait for the moment where even top teams eventually overheat, and then maybe that's where they go in for the run for the money.
Overheat. I think we saw a few of those teams do that, but hopefully it's not going to be the case again tomorrow. We're going to be ending the night now. Thank you guys so much for spending time and watching. Don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile on all social media platforms based on your country or even just the English one in particular. So I'm Tash Patel alongside Kartra. This is us signing out.
Love you guys.